This an action-packed Rambo rap, no Sambo, I'm strapped. Heart like Geronimo crack. Go black, I just move on them, advance on them, groove on them, then dance on them, put a trance on them, with this tool on them. Tell all my young MCs, what's the move on them? Mass tragedies when I grand groove on them. Put in long hours over strong flowers. The money's all ours. This is all power. We getting it. We getting it in. I said we getting it. We getting it in. Stand we run the clock, the work really begin. We getting it. We getting it in. Let's go. Y'all know what it is. You know what it is out here when we really getting it in. It's what we do. I break day like the crack of dawn and start morning. Pouring victims off rooftops, bodies drop through warning. Soaring like a hawk I sight. I spend a fortnight locking in on victims like a pit door fight. I won't let go. Suppress retro. Spit death blows. In other words, flip murders. Get burgers. Zip murder. Strip a service pistol down. Spring cleaning. The team scheming. See this beam gleaming. Some people miss the point. So I got to the get it. Then I back out. Pull out. Cop spit it. Dr. Letters off your hometown's fitted. Don't be captain of your ship. Watch you go down with it. I'm like a brand new being. How I slow down with it. Spit on like Rambo. Being low down with it. Spit it on them like pop. Everybody want it. But it's me against the world. Everybody's the opponent. We getting it in. I said we getting it. We getting it in. So that's the first block of work really begins. Cause we getting it. We getting it in. Getting it in.
I got one more in me.
I got one more. Nice job, Bruce.
Call of Duty fans, we're in for a good one.
They ain't ready for you.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
They ain't ready for you.
This is bound to be a spicy series. Let's find out, ladies and gents. Oh! Tag just making them pay. Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Here he comes! Oh, it's Shotzzy!
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Oh my word! aBeZy pounces.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing. And that will be the game. It is over.
What's up, you ranked warriors? Welcome in. It's headquarters, the start of every week, where we break down everything you're going to see in the Call of Duty League. We've, of course, got day 4, 5, and 6 of our Major 3 qualifiers coming up. And today, 3 matches. Before we get to the matches, though, Alley Cat, Nameless, welcome to the desk. How are we feeling about week 2?
Feeling great. Excited to hop into it. This is when all of our seating gets a little weird.
Nameless, we have $5 on the line that you may or may not be able to break top 250. How are we feeling about your $5?
I'm feeling pretty good. Honestly, the deadline, though, is tough because you have it by Monday. I'm at 11K SR. I'm iridescent right now, and I think it's like 13K, so it might be chalked.
It might be chalked. I don't believe it. Studdy, by the way, did get into the top 250, but he's not there right now. Shout out to my man Stud. We got a lot to talk about today, and we're going to start with some of the roster moves. We've got to grade our 5 teams that made some recent changes to their starting lineups here, and we talked about what was important while going over these grade cards, and I wanted to hear from you, Allie, first. What criteria were you looking at when we were grading some of these moves?
Well, of course, the obvious one there, Puckett, is going to be, you know, the player that they put into that role, right? Where they made the roster changes and kind of the ceiling that it's given this team, and obviously their immediate performance in our opening week 1 of qualifiers number 3.
Yeah, it's not strictly based on their first match's performance. You know, we're weighing that into it, but also if we think that this player is bringing a lot to this team or fixing the problem that they had with the previous iteration of this roster. Once again, this is a way too early report cards, but we can get a general idea on how we think these teams are going to perform based on the last one.
Let's get our first report card grade in right now as we take a look at Boston, who comes in without methods after Major 2. He retires. You need a new AR. They brought in Beans, and with him, they're 2-0. So what do we think of Boston's move so far?
Definitely a solid B for Beans here when it comes to the Boston Breach. That is a lot of Bs, but simply because this would have been an A, but we do have to talk about the initial debut of Beans. It was a little bit underwhelming in his first series, especially in those respawns where he seemed to struggle. They still beat the Toronto Ultra, though, which is a very formidable opponent, especially when it's a little bit of a 3v4. Then we move into their series against the London Royal Ravens. Now that goes to a Game 5, another situation that maybe brings down their grade a little bit, because right now that happens to be the 12th team in the league, but they go to the Game 5 and they win a Game 5. And again, they were on a 6-Game 5 losing spree, and Beams popped off when it came to the search and destroy. So I think they don't change too much with the addition of Beans, but I think that they still have a lot of room to grow.
And he's shown the capability to win Game 5, something Boston could not do with the previous lineup. Let's take a look, though, at their strength of schedule leading up to Major number 3. Is aBeZy going to be good enough to get them into top 4? Currently, they're sitting at a 2-0 record.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they have the toughest schedule by any means, and I think this is a very solid squad. I think they were very good with their last roster as well. I think B is a fantastic grade for what we saw from them last week. Beans had a very bad performance in the first outing. They managed to get the victory because of how strong the core of Boston is. But going into that next series, I feel like they honestly could have lost that series. They won a 2-point hard point on that game number 1. It wasn't the greatest performance, but Beans played great in those search and destroys and put up a ton of damage. So
lenient B. I like you guys. This is a nice soft start to the show. Let's get weird, though, as I throw you a curveball.
Okay.
Florida comes after B. That's an F for me, but where are you ranking this squad? Because they've got Brack back in the lineup, and then they bring Capsule, over from the LA Thieves, and of course Felony making his way off that championship challenger team from Boston.
Yeah, they get a D, flat out. I mean, they're still failing. They played, you know, 2 of our best teams that we have here in the CDL, but when you look at this team, they're chasing hardpoint. They were sitting at 5-22 in hardpoint coming into this roster change, and coming into these 2 matches, they lose both of those once again. Now, granted, I do think they got a little bit better at hardpoint. They got way worse at search and destroy and control, losing their best control, losing their best search and destroy, and getting dominated, obliterated on both of those maps. So when I look at this team, I think it's a D. I don't think they get a big improvement really anywhere, maybe besides hardpoint on some rotations, but you're still going to lose those hardpoints to the top teams regardless because of the slaying power on this team. I'm worried for Florida.
It's way too early on our report card. We should remind everybody, and they did play the Raleigh champions and the Boston champions. So take that grade with a grain of salt. But let's talk a little bit about a squad that we feel highly on once again. This is the Vegas Legion. And Nameless, you won't stop saying the word Too Real around this building.
I love Too Real and what he does for this team, Puckett. Me and Allie were talking about, like, the way he plays for this roster, it's elevating everybody around them. We saw huge performances from Clay and Temp in these 2 series, and then also they beat the second-place team from the last event, right? And they beat them in control. They beat them in hardpoint. These are things that were unheard of the Las Vegas Legion roster, and largely in part due to the way Too Real plays the game. You saw what he was doing on control. They were so bad at defense. They win 2 of those defenses versus the Thieves, and then when they go into that Toronto match, they lose narrowly by 1 round in control and barely in the hardpoint as well, which to me, being competitive versus teams like that and contending with them, that is a W for Vegas.
No, I completely agree with you, and I know some people are probably like, well, they went 1-1 so far after their 2 matches. There's a team that we had that went 2-0, but we gave them a B. The reason that Vegas Legion gets an A is because they fixed the problems that they had, and the ceiling is still so very high. The team that they had in the previous iteration was still pushing hardpoint. They were pushing these series, and they couldn't close it out. They put in Too Real, they're pushing, and now they're winning these hardpoints, and they're winning respawns, and their S&D has not bit the dust at all with this change either as well. So the Vegas Legion, their ceiling and their growing room is so large compared to some of these other teams with this singular change.
I don't know if I'm as sold as you 2 are on this Vegas squad. They're 1-1, and they lost to Toronto with Hicksy in his first match, but we got to keep this rolling, and A is the high score in our school right now. But let's talk a little bit about one of the class favorites. OpTic Texas has made a move from 9th to 12th at Raleigh. You bring in some new faces. Huke helps you get top 4. Now you're going to see Huke still on the roster, but there's a 4th who's going to be filling in instead of Illy. It's Dan Ghosty. What have we seen from him so far, and what do you grade this move?
So this situation is really weird because, I mean, OpTic Texas, they placed top 4, so nobody saw this change coming. I'm going to give OpTic Texas a C in this situation simply because they played the team in LA Guerrillas. Again, it's still very early, and they went to a game number 5 where Huke had to break the search and destroy record to close out the series. And Ghosty didn't have the biggest debut as well. Did he play solid across the board? Absolutely, and maybe he adds a little bit more to the team chemistry and the comms and maybe the overall vibe of the team, and that is why they decided to make this change in OpTic Texas. But I have yet to see anything that shows me that they are going to get exponentially better. If anything, their search and destroy looks like, at least in that game 2, took a little bit of a step back without iLLy's sniper, and I don't see any higher ceiling than what they previously would have had with their old roster with iLLy in it.
Now,
so I don't see an initial turnaround, so that's why they get a C.
I was going to say, it's kind of hard to rank them above a C after seeing just one series. It's against the Guerrillas, and you go to a game 5. But what were you impressed with from Dan Ghosty? Yeah. He's only played one match.
Yeah, I think that was a very fair assessment. I think when I look at this series, this team, though, I'm going to give him a B just because I rate LAG a lot higher than the rest of the people in the community do. I think LAG is a very formidable opponent, and I had that going all the way to game 5. Actually, I predicted LAG to win that. Either way, I liked what I saw from Ghosty, especially in the comms. I think he brings like a calming aspect to this team, and I think it really helped the SMGs. I mean, we saw the SMGs spearheaded that series. They won them that entire thing. So I think the issues they had with their last roster were with the SMGs and some of the mistakes they would make in-game. I don't think Ghosty's changing it too much, at least from that first look. So it was a good performance overall.
Ghosty's move from collegiate COD to challengers, now to starting lineup in the CDL is an A in my book. But this move, when you're already top 4, I got to question it. Let's get a final grade, though, on our 5th team. This is Toronto Ultra. And Ultra dropped a player that was a star last year. Stanny brought into Toronto. Everyone hypes it up. Now he's on the bench. You're still paying the man while HyDra is in the starting lineup alongside Scrappy.
Another situation kind of similar to OpTic Texas, a change that not many of us saw coming. Toronto Ultra didn't get that top 4 placing, but they do pick up HyDra. And now, what I fear when it comes to Toronto Ultra is we were all worried about the impactful kills, the impactful plays that we had seen from Stanny in this Toronto Ultra lineup. Now putting in HyDra, who's a little bit more of a ready or sub player, who's going to be playing that rotation and that uphill time and trying to sit in these corners and get those off kills to slow down the push. And that is what he showed in this series. Again, it's still very early. They only played one, but I personally really loved the interview that we got from him afterwards. He said, you know what, my goal is to engage the players around me. I want to help clean X and whatever that he's trying to do on the map. And it's very rare that you find players that way in.
Yeah, I think B is good for them just because I feel like they lose the ceiling that Stanny brings to a team. He's such a great individual player that if you can figure out and get him to be the role player that you want for your system, you can dominate tournaments, right? They have the composition to do so. So I think B is great. I think when a lot of people at home watch these games and they see the big numbers some of these guys drop, they don't notice some of the things that are happening on the minimap or that you're doing for your teammates, and that's why they made the change for HyDra, and it led to a 3-1 victory. Now remember, that was over the Legion, who, you know, middle of the pack team, so there's a lot to be desired from the Toronto Ultra still with the replacement.
Today they play OpTic. Dan Ghosty going up against HyDra as we get a chance to see some of the rookies, the youngsters, going toe-to-toe in another great series. Let's take a look, though, at our full grade card. 5 teams were ranked. Legion at the top of our GPA leaderboard. They get the A. We got Breach with a B, Ultra with a B, OpTic with a C question mark, and the Mutineers. They're failing for now, but we'll see if they can rise above a 3.0 back into the B zone with some wins this week. Epic stuff today, and it all starts with 3 matches featuring your Boston champs. It's Atlanta FaZe taking on the Royal Ravens, who haven't really won, well, in a long time. They're taking on a very tough squad there. In our second match, though, it's Ultra versus OpTic, and we close things out. Will Guerrillas be able to start to score some points, or is it Boston Breach, our first team, to 3-0? Don't go anywhere. This is Headquarters. When we come back, we'll be breaking down that first match.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back. Bottom the bed, a few more points, and that will be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Ooh, it's getting good.
100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Keep holding it. They're top, we got Cammy.
The lead.
We should be one back. Outside.
Oh my god, get it out. That's 4 dead, it's 4 dead. We're gonna be.
I'm on it, I'm already on it.
He's down.
Nice. I'm going top their side.
He's here, lucky to our right.
I'm pushing out.
I left side.
Push out, right side. Bottom.
Left side fence. Nice.
You're crazy.
The Snap Daddy! That is Dobby. You can be like Dobby. Submit your clips. Hashtag CDL ranked plays, and you could be here on the show. Speaking of ranked players, some of our top performers in the CDL should be watching their back because a whole new slew of gamers are out there with some twisted thumbs, nameless.
Dude, they are godlike. I fully believe they're better than a lot of the pros. I have one point to say about these maps, and it is that this is going to be a world of pain for the London Royal Ravens. They do have an advantage when we get to Game 4 Fortress Hardpoint, so say inshallah and hope you can win one of these first 3, because if you don't make it to Game 4, it's a wrap.
3-0 here? We'll find out. Let's get it going. We got our casters ready. It is the London Royal Ravens fan club themselves. What's up, Bryson Dunn?
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, we're kicking off today with an incredible game. The London Royal Ravens versus Atlanta FaZe. The first time they've actually played, Ton, as you were talking about before we went live.
Yeah, and well, I think Ravens will probably be happy about that, in fairness, with the way that FaZe have been playing recently. But yeah, I kind of agree with that. This map set doesn't necessarily suit the side of the London Royal Ravens. I think for the most part, when you are talking about vetoes, etc., it probably hasn't went too bad for them respectively, but it's just because they're going against FaZe. It is going to be very, very difficult. Hard points have to be the route for this side of the Royal Ravens here. It has been their best game mode. It's arguably been FaZe's worst if we are going to try and sell the dream here. But it's still a tall order. It's a very tall order, Bryce. Hotel is not out of the question for them. A couple of stats to break down when we do get into it. But Royal Ravens, you need a hot start.
They really do. Looking to try and get away from the bottom of the barrel that they are currently in the CDL. And that's maybe the story of the Ravens. Not making a change after the big roster mania in the off-season and sitting at bottom of the league. They need a reversal of fortune. Taking down FaZe could very well be the start of a Cinderella story.
And I mean, map number 1 is one of those things. It's contentious, of course. It's going to be. You're playing against FaZe. It's always going to be difficult. But if we are looking specifically towards a couple of things, right? There's one bad thing for London, and one thing I'm going to have to see from them is some good rotations and holds, because they are the worst team at breaking in the game. 14% of hills they break. 40. That's nothing. We were talking about before. It's not. It's just over 1 in 10. So rotations are going to be super important here. But on the FaZe, on their side of things, they are bad at holding. So both these teams kind of a bit of mid-off when it does come down to Hotel hard point. But looking over towards P2, it is going to be London first once here. Important first step.
You can already see a lot of pressure from FaZe coming through. They've managed to get out towards the back. Seems going to go and find it, but aBeZy guns him before he can get anything done. And the squeeze from FaZe is now coming through. Scrapz desperately tried to hold here. You can see that player diving across from him. Eventually, he's not going to go for it. aBeZy and Scrapz still getting through into this. And aBeZy wins the gunfight as FaZe continue to pile the pressure on.
Yeah, not much control here from the side of London. And for all that, Scrapz is taking on the fight towards the back. It's just very, very difficult for the Ravens to get any time when he's just been played with towards the back, if anything. Shots coming in from Slasher here. It's not too bad of a setup for a potential break coming in from FaZe. Nobody watching the back. aBeZy is there. Nastie and Polex will clean up, though. Simp here, can he find another? Yes, he can. The Vaznev so effective in his hands. Heading into the next rotation. No, we can see Asim is ready and waiting to pounce on Cellium, who's already in kitchen.
Now, what could he do here? How is he going to give his team the opportunity to move? He's already reinforcements coming through. Nastie will join him, but breaking into kitchen is never fun. Cellium ready to watch for this one. They know players are going to start appearing in all of these doorways as they go back to back. Slasher finds the first. Cellium's watching over his shoulder, and Scrapz goes through the door as well, but I think he gets caught by the nade, and he does. Cellium and Slasher combining here to completely push the Ravens out.
3 of the 4 kills needed there from the Atlanta FaZe came from Cellium and Slasher on this rotation. Nicely done, and now aBeZy can force his way out. That's where he can be such a nuisance. Royal Ravens, though, still have another opportunity. 35 seconds to play for, Bars.
Now trying to get back into it, but again, kitchen is always difficult, and I say that they managed to get straight through as Cellium tries to make a gunfight as well. Atlanta FaZe will have to commit to this, and they are going to go straight in the front door. Scrapz holding them off, though. Cellium going to find one, looks for the second, but it's just a narrow gunfight that allows London to keep their toe in this door.
Slasher. Yeah, ready and waiting. Good gunfight win coming through from Scrapz. Typically his worst hardpoint map. He really has been performing well on all the other maps. Sitting at 1 overall, and this map in particular, at 0.75. Something he really does struggle with. So it's not too bad of a start from him, sitting at 7-7, and he has been a massive X factor for this Royal Ravens side. Right now they're down by about 20. Things haven't necessarily gone south yet. A couple of kills on rotation here as well. aBeZy momentarily left on his own.
Trying to stay alive, and he finds 2, but it's not going to be enough. Asim manages to break through. Simp going to be on the flank as well. Is he going to find his player? And he doesn't. He gets taken down by Polex. And London will have control, even with the flank coming in from aBeZy. And I say that, but this is a huge pinch ton.
Yeah, that's one of those things. You don't force out the back spawns as best as you can if you're Royal Ravens. You lose a couple of gunfights here and there, and all of a sudden there's 2 members of FaZe to your front, 2 members of FaZe to your rear, and all of a sudden it's a very nice break. Coming through for Atlanta FaZe, helped along by the spawns. 20 seconds to play for. Scoreline getting a little bit dangerous for the side of London now. Forcing their way over towards this point, though. 15 seconds scrap. Feel like they have to fight for it. They do fight for it. It's Nastie to find 2. You can just about read down the bottom corner. The blue is throwing me a little bit. But they have a rotation here as well. It's going to have to be some big kills from Scrapz.
And aBeZy gets gunned straight away. Those are the big kills you asked for, Ton, and he has delivered. 2 health remaining, but it's going to be enough as they look to lock this down as Asim gets his own kills, and FaZe are being pushed back as Asim gets on a 4 streak, and he knows where they're coming from. FaZe are going to hit him with numbers, but they are spawning out, and Asim is alive. Asim eventually falls.
And that was for the streak. Coming on through, would have been a cruise missile, and all of a sudden now FaZe starting to tighten the gap in between and another map and restaurant. But kills still coming on through. Scrapz has survived this entire time. aBeZy and Slasher, can you find the break? No. Asim and Nastie here to clear things up. Royal Ravens now getting the kitchen spawn so they can start rotating over towards glass. 20 seconds to play for here. A lead for the Royal Ravens. We said this is a possibility. FaZe are struggling right now.
They're not able to get through the door at all, and there is scrap time available for FaZe, and that's all they're going to get. It will take them back into the lead, but this rotation is crucial. Keep an eye on aBeZy. He'll be the only player contesting bedroom at the moment. The rest of the Ravens are setting up a platform.
They can hear them. Polex ready and waiting. 1, 2, nicely positioned. He will get cleaned up, but the job is being done. Slowing FaZe down because you always want to push through kitchen. All you rank boys at home, you get a hold of restaurant, force your way through kitchen, get your ARs into a good position, set up a pinch through bedroom, but London have dealt with it. Couple of kills coming in over towards kitchen. Now it's a one-dimensional push coming in from the side of Atlanta FaZe. They've got to force their way through bedroom. It's a good start from Slasher. Shots coming in towards the bottom. Nicely done from Nastie. Good hold from London so far.
Doing very well on this hold again. Same thing as restaurant has brought them straight back into this game. Eventually, though, FaZe will manage to get back into this. And I'll tell you something, with London doing well, we're going to find out how they're doing in the comms. It's the London Royal Ravens. Listen in.
I'm on trying to. I have a vault. That's it.
Don't try to do too much.
Yo, listen. I have doubles. Playing heavy vault. Yep.
Did he go couches? He could, right?
Box, no health. Simp. I just stopped shooting. Simp. Simp's lobby desk. Simp's lobby desk. We're looking for Cellium. I got two on the left. I'm playing vault. I'm going right now.
Come on, couches him.
Yeah. I'm getting both.
I have the vault. They can't be done. Bedroom,
help desk. Help desk to couches.
One shot, couches.
Three dead right now.
One vault.
Play life.
Someone single.
Wine.
Close to me,
Simp is wine right now. He's going
back. He can go through. Slice dead. That was him.
Nice, Tim. Two dead.
Lay down on the left and got heady. Lay down far left time and got heady.
Nice,
stone heady. Nice, guys. Spawn restaurant.
Yep. We're spawning bed on you.
Bed spawns.
Really good time if we can get it. I'll spawn restaurant, I'm gonna play vault.
I need books for you. I play
vault too.
Watch my doubles.
I have doubles, you're good.
What's top cat?
One shot.
Couches and one top cat.
I'm dead.
One top cat.
I take couches.
And back in you. B2
Looks.
B2 stairs.
Okay, Sim's books, okay.
Yeah, aBeZy and new on B2 stairs. One deep deck, let's get
One main door right now, Cellium.
Is that bad behind the bar?
Nice, one more main door, Cellium.
I need doubles.
I've done doubles, I need you both.
One shot, I can't get on bullet.
You good, let's play.
Well, the London Royal Ravens certainly were feeling good for a second, but you heard the size come through as soon as they got wiped. P2 now fully in control of FaZe.
Yeah, it was a clean break, and now FaZe have had a lot of time to dig the trenches. Ready and waiting. Simp will hold his gunfire for just a second. Push starting to come through. He hadn't really heated up at all through this game, but that's 2 kills to slow things down. Asim has slipped the net, though. Nose one's towards Jewel. Does get one inside the point. The rest of the team nowhere near. I wouldn't have minded him waiting just that little bit. Never going to break it on your own against FaZe. Now the stack for Royal Ravens is coming in again. Can FaZe hold?
Just holding the corner here. They know Paulex is going to be here as well, and still trading out in this hill. And aBeZy has to look 2 directions. It goes down as London swarm the point. And Asim beats Cellium. 19 seconds left to go on a game that has been very much back and forth between these 2 teams.
Simp pushing through to find that kill, and Cellium will be there to pick up the final 10. It's all about the rotation now. Kills coming in towards the back. Asim will find one. There's one inside the point. It's a lovely rotation from London in the end. And if anything, you know, FaZe, yes, okay, they get the majority of the time there over towards P2, but London stop it from being insurmountable. Now Scrapz can lock down this side. You've got a good rotation over towards kitchen. The setup looks clean. Can they hold it down for some good time here and put themselves within touch and distance of the win?
And that is going to be the problem for FaZe, realistically.
It's big.
They want in quick, and they've already got 2. The squeeze is coming through. Paulex is feeling the pressure. It's a snake, it's a spray, but it's no good as FaZe make a clean break there in the end. And now London, do they give up all this scrap time and go for the rotation? Scrapz will try and do something. His teammates are miles away.
It's a close game. You can't be making any mistakes now. London Royal Ravens, you give that one away just a little bit too easily. The push is going to start coming through, and even though they find the kills here, spawning out wouldn't actually be too bad either. Kills coming through, Nastie will find them. And now look at that. You made the push over towards Old. And now look at the spawns that come in from FaZe. They're all over it. You're going to need to find some kills here. That was all for about 15 seconds. You're going to be about tied by the time you go to P2, but it looks like FaZe are here. Oh, they were.
Wait a minute. Paulex has broken through. That's 3 kills on the rotation. That shouldn't have been allowed to go. But Atlanta FaZe, who rotated out of kitchen, have found themselves in the back foot. Asim diving out. The rest of FaZe are stacking this now. They do not want to let this one move.
Atlanta FaZe not too bad at rotating, but the worst holding team of the game when it comes down to Hotel Hardpoint. We're getting some good examples of it. Nastie will find one, can't find the second. Simple break back through. It's all about coming on its way back here for FaZe. Can you manage to find the reinforcements? As London Royal Ravens both hitting towards bedroom side. Simp just still locking this down. FaZe are getting time. Keep an eye on rotation. It's coming in 20.
Slasher trying to hold them off, trying to make sure he can get enough gunfire through, and he finds 2 pieces as well. Goes for the third. Slasher gets 3. Another chow coming into the hill, but Nastie gets rotation. It, and it goes down. It's 11 seconds, but it's all about this rotation in the restaurant.
Oh, no.
Cellium is here first, but he is alone in the sea of Ravens.
Oh, they get him as well. I was thinking Cell might be able to survive and maybe find 1 or 2. Kill comes through. Now the setup for FaZe. It would have potentially been a pinch being set up. Simp gets dealt with. And all of a sudden, it has to be one-dimensional again, but Slasher's found 2. London holding on.
They eventually get taken out as well. FaZe are moving in force. Slasher's going to be in here at the same time. He's just checking his flank, but you can see the rest of FaZe are locked in. It's going to be disastrous for London to try and break this, but they already find 2. They have the numbers. They make the moves. They're getting into this hardpoint, but Simp's alive. The last trade coming through, and it's Paulex against Cellium. He gets it. Slasher, though, continuing to trade. Both teams can still win this.
They can still win it here. Atlanta FaZe 20 seconds away. for London. You have a pinch set up. It's all about the kill towards the back, but it's actually going to be Nastie who gets gunned. Now, if you're London, you all have to push one direction. FaZe, they're about 10 seconds away in London. You have to go now.
Paul X is going to go down as well. The pinch is going to be off. They have to dive into this one at the same point. And FaZe just gun every doorway, every angle as London fall to pieces. They don't hold restaurant. They let FaZe back in. And what could have been the start of a Cinderella story for them has already fallen. You shall not go to the ball as FaZe take map 1.
Oh, it's so close from London. So close. And for all we talked about their break percentage being so low and being one of their biggest issues, they actually managed to find quite a few throughout that game, but it wasn't enough. Atlanta FaZe get the job done with what really didn't feel like any great holds for the majority of it. All the way through, it just felt like they were picking up maybe 20 here and there, but they were consistently doing it. It was back and forth between the two teams when we did head over towards the bar side. And then when we managed to make our way over towards Restaurant, London, perfect setup. You're in a great place, but then kills start flying on through and FaZe just trade that little bit better. It's a big game from aBeZy as per usual. Seen Slasher putting up some big moments where he needed to. And shout out to Simp as well. He was sitting very low on the leaderboard. I think he was double negative at one stage, bringing it back to 24 and 29 at the latter stage of the game. Very even on the kills department from both these two teams, but the scoreline at the top is what matters. It is a 21-point victory for FaZe, and that sets them up very nicely for the rest of the series. At worst, you have to win 2 search and destroys to close out the entire hit thing, and well, I mean, based on their records so far this season in search and destroy, you'd like to fancy them for that, but London Royal Ravens, there will be some disappointment in that camp right now. That was a winnable map number 1.
I think the silver lining is, realistically, London looked very good for the majority of that hard point. Over and over again, their setups were nice. They were getting the kills in crucial areas. They were winning gunfights. But the tiniest moments like this chow here, one by one, they allowed Simp to get 2. And it's those things that need to be tightened up, as you cannot do that in this league right now. It is too competitive.
I mean, I feel like we're still seeing the kind of scraps that we expected to see in terms of the slaying ability. It's still there, and that is helping the Royal Ravens. He had a better game than his usual when it does come down to Hotel, but I think you're right. It's about that coordination. They're still trying to get there. I don't feel like they're 2 million miles away here, though, Brycey. Look, I mean, you've forced Atlanta FaZe to a 20-point game. It's respectable, but to counteract my own argument here, Atlanta have lost 5 of the last 7 hardpoints. Like their hardpoint record has not been sitting good. 3 and 5 overall on Hotel, make it 4 and 5.
Yeah, and I think they're going to really struggle to contemplate that restaurant push there at the end. It's difficult to break usually for a lot of teams, and they were in a good position. They had the rotation, they were feeling confident, and then FaZe just basically walked in. And that must be disappointing to them. It's the opportunity we talked about, right? For London, before we came into this series, we said map 1 is crucial. Atlanta FaZe, you are correct, have not looked amazing in hardpoint. But where they have looked great, Ton, is search and destroy.
And this search and destroy is to tie a CDL record of 10 search and destroys in a row. And El Asilo has been the dominant one for them as well. I mean, they are looking quite absurd on this map in particular. First Bloods have been incredible. So far, they're sitting at 42 and 17 in First Blood engagements. That is an absurd stat line. 70% of the time, they are finding those First Bloods, and that is really making the difference for FaZe. And we can obviously talk about aBeZy in this sense so often. He is by far and away the best search and destroy player in this game right now. I don't think anyone could really argue that. So if he can continue that form, if FaZe can continue this form, it is very much a strong position for them to be in. If they can grind out hard points like that, they will not care too much because they know they have S&D in the back locker. But I'm interested to see if they can tie this record. And well, if we get on map number 5, we may well see it broken here tonight. London Royal Ravens, though, it's about time to try and bounce back, but that looks like a despondent camp to me.
And the truth is, we've spoken about this before, underdogs does not sell this story enough. Our Major 2 champions are going up against a team that really has been struggling to find its feet. They have made roster changes in the past. They did not make one in the off-season. The London Royal Ravens are starting to feel the pressure. Champs is not that far away. They need a set of good qualifiers. They need a good result with the Major. And the longer they go on without changing that narrative, the more pressure they are going to feel.
First time around that we're actually going to manage to see this from the side of the Royal Ravens, but Atlanta FaZe, when it comes to LSCLO search and destroy, of that 9-win streak, 7 of those maps have been on LSCLO. So feeling confident as we head over to the warehouse to see how things are going to go down. Of course, later on is Toronto Ultra against OpTic Texas. Get a little brief behind-the-scenes view there, but these two teams still squaring up. aBeZy getting ready to find 15 first bloods, as he so often does. I think what was it? He found 4 of the 7 that they got against the Thieves. Was it against Thieves? If I remember right, it was against Thieves last week. It was an impressive performance. If you're Ravens, you've just got to stop that happening. You have to stop it happening.
100%. And here's one of the other crazy things, realistically, is this doesn't normally happen when we talked about the observers and what we're going to watch in this S&D. The truth is, it's so ridiculous now that we can basically watch aBeZy at the start of every round, and we're more likely to find that first kill. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's absurd. I'm going to have to pull up the stats again of what we had last week, because I was talking a lot of numbers, Pricey, but I watched back, it didn't make a lot of sense. But he is above and beyond everybody. I don't, mate. Honestly, I see numbers, I say them out loud, and hopefully everybody at home kind of understands what I'm talking about. But he's the best. That doesn't need numbers for that. He is the best.
Well, as we jump into this one, we'll have to find out if the First Blood King is going to find another one. At the moment, just having to back off.
The observer's taking your cue there, mate.
Hey, it's an easy job for them.
Watch aBeZy, see if he finds fire. I mean, look at it. It's every time. He just knows exactly where to play you. There's the first one. FaZe now pushing through, getting a lot of map control. Asim is in a strange position, and because he hasn't found that kill now, they know exactly where he is. Dead silence, not close to being up and ready for him. Shots on the Cellium were good, but he will find the second. 2v4 for London.
He should be able to find Cellium here, and he does catch him. 2 versus 3. Who can he find next? Together with Scrapz, they're trying to code this puzzle. And Scrapz finds 1, but 1 versus 2 for him. 18 seconds left to go, Ton. Doesn't really have the time for this.
And they're just not going to let him play this at all. Slasher will stay alive up top, but aBeZy will keep checking it. Scrapz now just playing the kills, knows it's impossible. It's just such a tough round to win. I mean, aBeZy finding these kills at the beginning of rounds. I think that's 3 in the round for him as well. I mean, he just can't be stopped right now in search. It's absurd. I would love to just watch him and see what he does every single round. Because I don't know about you, but rank play has been a struggle this week. And if I just watch aBeZy, then surely I will get better.
Well, that's the other thing, right? Realistically, you know there are a lot of teams probably studying the VOD of Atlanta FaZe in S&D. Not just to see what tips and tricks they can pull away from it, but how to counter them when you're actually going to play. Like, you know you probably have to start thinking about routes aBeZy is taking. He's getting too many first bloods for you to ignore.
It is getting quite absurd. Let's see if they can continue it here. Seems setting up over towards bar, and it's a lot more of a passive setup from the side of Royal Ravens. You could see FaZe were slowly making their way through the middle of the map. That's one thing, though, that will go in Royal Ravens' favor. aBeZy using his dead silence, getting no value from it. So that's now gone. Royal Ravens yet to make a move here in the second round.
Actually, a little bit more passive here from FaZe. Now they haven't got the information. They are backing off on this map. London still trying to find a way forward and figure this out. They're also playing passive. It's one of those plays where you burn time. There should be a kill here already. Nastie will find the first button of aBeZy.
Finds it. 40 seconds or so to go. A little bit of information for the side of Atlanta FaZe, but now you only have 2 members left. Simp will fall. And now it's looking like a collapse over towards where Slasher is currently sitting. He'll be hearing a lot of footsteps, but he won't be hearing Asim.
Sim's trying to fly in. There's dead silence, using it to his most, get enough time going forward. And he's going to find Cellium as well. He'll leave Slasher in a 1 versus 4. But with that bomb going down, it does not look likely.
Oh, that's a clean round from Royal Ravens. Not a kill to be had for the side of Atlanta FaZe. So a lot better. I wonder if they've done some study on a VOD themselves, because FaZe, well, in round number 1 at least anyway, set themselves up quite high in the map. Further towards that 50-yard line, if you like. And find the pick from there. Sorry, and aBeZy's puts himself in those positions, but Royal Ravens now set themselves up very passively, waited for FaZe to kind of make their push, didn't find any information for both two teams, but then just a slow move forward for Royal Ravens, picking their way through the map. And sometimes that can be a negative, if you like, because you try to find your first pick and then move from there. But if you don't find your first pick with like 20 seconds to go, you're in a dangerous situation. But they got it done with about a minute or so left and had enough time to make a move.
It might even be that thing. I said they are looking for aBeZy. That's why they were so passive. Simp here being careful. It looks like they're going for a bit of a slow burn here. You can see the rest of FaZe just holding their irons. Same thing for London. Simp hasn't been touched by that, so they haven't got the information off of that nade. 57 seconds left to go, and FaZe is going to make a move here. Simp's going to go through, and he gets taken down by Nastie.
It's another first blood for London. London FaZe haven't been completely, I want to say, bound by these first bloods. It doesn't mean they have to find them. 8 out of the 17 rounds, they haven't found them. They have still found the round. aBeZy finds his 4th kill of the round in round number 3. Gonna go for the chow here as well, but Asim behind.
And he's trying to go for it, but he has been found. aBeZy will take him down before he can get the snap off. 27 seconds left to go. FaZe have the numbers, but do not have the time.
Scrapz now left.
He's been found. He's weak. He's down. And FaZe find it in the end.
They do find it in the end. That's after a first blood does fall London's way. And that's a tough one, because I think if Asim finds aBeZy here, it's a different story. All of a sudden, you're in a 3v2 yourselves rather than a 2v3. And those numbers could just work in your favor a little bit better if you are the side of London. And London getting the job done here. And I don't think we're seeing anything from the side of London that's proving the fact that we haven't seen it from them a lot. Of course, we haven't seen this since Major 1 for the side of London Royal Ravens. They're not looking too bad. Pollex yet to get on the board, but nothing to worry about yet. FaZe still looking good, though. aBeZy 5-1.
There you go, there's another first blood. London have found another one in this game. That will be aBeZy they've taken down. So they have the advantage again here, Ton, and they'll look to convert this to bring it back to even keel.
As we mentioned at the top of the show, 70% of the time it is Atlanta FaZe, the team finding those first bloods. Simp will find one back and will get traded. 2 versus 3 for the side of FaZe now, who are floundering just a little bit. They still have the lead, but things are looking a little bit uncomfortable. Not uncomfortable for Cellium there, though. The shot's crispy as ever. 2 versus 2 now, doable for FaZe.
Looking for them as well. Cellium and Slasher, and Scrapz will find Cellium. Slasher will be in a clutch scenario again. A 1 versus 2 for him. Trying to figure out where these players are, and Scrapz will find it again. The first blood's being converted has brought them back to 2-2, Ton.
And I really actually like the positioning from Slasher there. You can watch a lot when you are bottom bar. Bottom bar is never a bad place to be, whether you're be on defense or attack. It is a position on the map that can lock a lot down. You can get to a lot of different positions from this area. But Slasher cannot get the job done there. Just checked by the side of Scrapz and Asim before making their move, and Royal Ravens do tie things up here. So that's 3 out of 4 rounds that Ravens have found those first bloods. They've converted 2 of them. So that's a good going so far.
It's also, aBeZy's been involved in 3 of them, but he's died in turn. So maybe it's one of these things where, realistically, he may have to adapt and change it if London are catching him.
So those first engagements, he likes to take them. I see him playing the long game here, but Slasher with an AR on this outside is surely going to catch him. Oh, does he see him? Yes, he does. The stun over. Here comes the nade as well. Slasher is screaming to his teammates. God help me. Nastie's going to find the grenade there. Really good teamwork from the side of Royal Ravens. The communication is there from Asim. His teammates' grenade comes over. Bomb down over towards A, though. It's a 4v3 for Ravens.
Looking to put the squeeze on. Pollex has already had a bit of a gunfight, but got away with it. The rest of London are trying to get in position. They know they have the numbers. They just have to trade in the right areas. Pollex looks for it. Simp's going to find a kill already, though. Back to down to 3 versus 3 as Scrapz falls. That bomb has still not been contested. There's a lot of time being burnt here for London. They need to get moving.
They just can't find anybody. Simp towards the back will find 1 kill, and then all of a sudden the Royal Ravens are trying to search. Things are going to start bursting in life now, though, with 13 seconds to go. aBeZy inside the point. He will eventually go down. 10 seconds to go. Cellium has to check it. Bomb being defused. Is he going to get it? Big gunfight from Nastie. Predicts it coming through. It's a nice win from Ravens. In the end, the time being burned down, and they can just about get the job done. But it got very, very scary there as the Royal Ravens just kind of refused to make a move. Eventually do. And Nastie expecting Cellium to find the push. You see where the bomb's been planted. It's always going to be from there. Just about covering his teammate.
That's the crazy thing. They knew exactly where it was planted for. They set up for it. And all that slow pace, it was just to find it. Those gunfights inside the bomb room as well. It worked out. They didn't lose too many players. But 3.3 seconds remaining here. If Cellium had found that kill, that probably would have been done. And are London Royal Ravens going to be the team that stops FaZe's streak?
I mean, that would... it's just, you know, the stats we talk about all the time. Yeah. Becoming more and more pointless as the days go on at this stage, if that is to happen, of course. Royal Ravens having a good game here, though. First Bloods have been mostly their side. aBeZy now 6-3. He's doing his best for the side of FaZe, but his best is currently not good enough. Still down, but pressure coming in from Ravens. He's daring him to make this push.
He's doing it as well. Is he going to go for it? He might do.
He heard his dead silence.
Waiting for him and they're looking for him completely. And London Royal Ravens get another first blood in this S&D ton.
I think that's 4 out of 5 now. Simp will answer back. 3 versus 3. Bomb in a precarious spot for the side of FaZe. Cellium needing to make a move here, expecting some movement from London, who are not sitting tight either. They're twitchy. And rightfully so. Asim's going to start challenging, and now that's information to send them over towards A. And all of a sudden, Royal Ravens are going to start making the move towards A, but the bomb's nowhere to be seen. Now FaZe are going to start moving 2 versus 3.
And they're already going down.
Oh my god.
You can see that again, I think, in the final kill cam. He must have been a little bit weak. But time running away for London. They played it, they caught aBeZy, but that first blood was not converted. And it wasn't going to be, it wasn't simply got it, it was going to be Cellium. Still, though, tying it back up in this series. FaZe, who've looked so dominant, bearing in mind we have been talking about the record for S&D streaking in the CDL, and FaZe are on the cusp of it. But they are being stopped.
Very close game. Very precarious one. FaZe now going to start making their move on the attack. aBeZy 2 rounds, I believe, without finding the kill. Just got caught on that previous one. Royal Ravens with a very aggressive attacking stance, if you like, down the B alleyway, but this is looking like it's going to be planted pretty early. aBeZy just trying to distract here for his team. Simp has to get off it. Atlanta FaZe still in a good position to plant this bomb, but look at this aggression from London as well. Oh no.
Takes down Asim and sorry, Nastie.
Oh no.
And it's been a team kill. It's a 2 versus 3 as Paulex tries to stem the tide of damage that has fallen upon them. But that bomb hasn't gone down quite yet.
Dead silence just about to run out. Gets a nice bit of time, and Slasher was watching this. Now Paulex can put himself into a position where FaZe will not know where he is, but that bomb is down. London Royal Ravens are going to make the move. Paulex is in a great position here.
Going to find Cellium as well. They've let him through.
You know Slasher's there.
Oh my goodness, Paulex has found the second one. It's now a 2 versus 1. Simp is alone as they wallbang every side of this site. Simp going all the way through. He has wrapped this. He just wants to make the 1 kill. And then get through. He's going to find Paulex as well. Finds the kill. Now the chow. Does he check bomb? Does he make this move?
Time's on his side. Oh my god!
Simp never stops moving. Never stops gunning. It's like a force of nature just descending upon Scrapz there. Look how fast this is. In, snapped, dead. Doesn't miss a bullet.
He just blinked at him and he died. Good lord, Simp. Insane plays coming in from him. It's a 1v2. And that might just put the wind in the sails of Atlanta FaZe here in the search and destroy. Paulex makes a great play. And he gets a little bit of fortunate time because the dead silence is pushed while Slasher then moves away from watching the flank. That allows him to find those 2 kills because he hears Slasher stomping around towards the back wall. And all of a sudden, a potential opportunity for London to go into the lead, but it is Atlanta FaZe, a 4-3 to the good. Aggressive defensive stance from them. Simp ready and waiting inside the bomb site. London Royal Ravens playing their usual game, looking for a pick, and then trying to make a move from there.
You can already see that they might potentially wrap around to B here. They've got a little bit of control. Cellium doing what he does best. You see him, no, dead silence pop. This is where he's going to try and make the play to break this deadlock. He's looking for Cellium as well. He's going to find it first blood. And now going to dive through again. He knows this fight's going through. Stun going to go in. Asim wants to find it. He's seen a toe. He's seen a back. He's seen a gunfight. He's got it as well. Paulex gets Simp. And it's perfect for London.
Dead silence pop from Slasher. Oh, he gets in a nice bit of timing. But does he know it? It's not going to matter. Scrapz is there, ready and waiting. The gunfight falls their way. The streak from FaZe is very much under threat here from the London Royal Ravens, and it's not something we expected going into this series. We thought the hard points could be something for the Ravens to hold on to, but all of a sudden, Search and Destroy is falling apart for the side of Atlanta FaZe. Asim has been a menace for them. It's kind of like he's just waiting for the dead silence to pop, and then he's going to run through a route that he presumes it's just going to be open. You can see him there on the screen calling the shots for the Royal Ravens. Well, the shots are working so far. It's not done and dusted yet. 4-4 between these two. A lot of work to do.
Scrapz straight in. Trophy down. Going to be looking to make sure they can't get in here early this time. And with that door open, Scrapz just going to try and close it. He's just waiting for somebody to push through, waiting for the gunfight. He's expecting to happen at the moment. We can see on the minimap, FaZe aren't moving.
It's very loud in here. FaZe will be hearing this. So they got information that there's players inside of A, but do they know how many are here? Behind the bomb, and just a bow round on the sofa for Scrapz.
Yeah,
still waiting for a push. FaZe have not found anything yet. That stun's not good though. That might not help.
It hasn't. And he's trying to get a gunfight as well, but Nastie and Scrapz will combine. And the push has gone through. Cellium trying to get something back, and it hasn't worked out. Advantage now to the London Royal Ravens.
What's the play for FaZe? Well, you're going to find a kill from Slasher. Now 2 versus 2. Dead silence pop from Cellium. Bomb not necessarily in the best of positions here. Needs to grab it, and he can maybe make a route over towards B. It's the wrap around. They've got to do something quickly.
Looking for it. There's a gunfight coming through. Slasher not able to get it though. Wants it desperately, and Cellium doesn't get his either. Slasher eventually gets it, and it comes down to 1v1. Oh! He's just knifed him. Nastie has flown at him with the shank. And the 2-piece comes through for London Royal Ravens. It could have been a collapse, but they go up 5-4. Here it is again. Finds the first, runs around with a knife, sees the jump, and says thank you very much. Knife beats gun.
Oh my goodness. It's a huge play from Nastie, but FaZe just take too long. They're behind in numbers for the majority. It would have been a 2 versus 4 had they managed to pull it off. But time just not on their side. Royal Ravens a round away from stopping FaZe, tying the CDL win streak. Nastie's got a snipe out. Does he find the info? Backs down. But did he see both? That's a question.
Oh, he's got a hit marker on the nade. It seems already making moves to B. This could be a wrap here. Who's that going to be? It's Cellium. Cellium versus Asim. Whoever blinks first could change this entire round.
What is the move for Royal Ravens now? Well, the move is you pop dead silence and you try and make a play. Oh, Cellium's going to check it as well. Stun going to go through. Cellium will not have trophies in that position. Finds the gun anyway and backs on down. Numbers now for FaZe. Map positioning for FaZe. London Royal Ravens are going to find a route through somehow, some way. Simp will find another. It's now a 4 versus 2. Round 11 beckons.
And Nastie with the sniper hoping for a pick. Oh, he's going to be caught by Slasher as well, who guns him down. And Paul X left alone. A potential 1 versus 4, but no time. This looks like it's round 11.
For Paul, just a little bit of information. Find some kills. See what you can do. Keep the gunny hot for what will be an intense round 11. I think you'd do very well to find 4 kills here against FaZe within 7 seconds. Not gonna happen. Round 11 we go. Oh, if Nastie hits those snipes towards the beginning of the round, maybe it's a different one. But we get what everyone would have wanted. Round 11 coming up.
Here we go. The London stop the streak, or Atlanta FaZe move forward. One thing I will say is that if you have been watching the series up until this point, I think the London Royal Ravens have looked considerably better than we thought they might do coming into this series. So if you're a London fan, there's always a silver lining whichever way this goes.
Yeah. Close games. Okay, yeah, you don't mind it, but you would like a win. Round 11. We haven't seen one for the Royal Ravens yet. It's time to ice up. Have to get the job done. Atlanta FaZe on the attack. Slasher holding the flank as he often does. It's Paul X with dead silence, who may well make the play. The play's being made here by Simp. Bomb will go down for Ravens. It's a big flank opportunity that's going to come on through. They're going to have to execute to perfection.
Well, both teams still alive. And the move is going to be made. London are putting so much stock in this flank. And it's going to be the first blood. Nastie finds the first. Paul X opening the door. 30 seconds on the clock. FaZe just have to hold. Here they come. Here they come every single way. Cellium will find one, though. Asim's going to try and take him down. 20 seconds left to go. London have to move. Asim's going to find it. It's going to be another trade by aBeZy. It's aBeZy for a 1 versus 3 as he gets one. And another. And now a last player. He flies out. He's just going to dip and dodge and dive. And because of course he is. Because of course Ravens, and they had that man on the right to thank. aBeZy, too easy.
Because of course it is. Because of course it is. The so-called best S&D player in the game shows exactly why. It's a 1 versus 3 in round 11 to tie the CDL record for Search and Destroy wins in a row. That is...
London.
Oh, that's gotta sting for London. Oh my god.
London had 8 first bloods.
Oh no.
They made the retake in the round 11. That was basically made. They had essentially done it. They were 3 versus 1.
I need to see the 1v3 from aBeZy's point of view. I need to see it.
Yeah, I don't know who's got aBeZy, but somebody must have aBeZy.
You had to have had aBeZy. The observers wouldn't let me down like that. They would not be watching aBeZy in a Search and Destroy round 11. I'm sure we'll get a hold of it. Oh, whose fault is it? It's always the second person, I've been told recently. It's always the second person's fault. 6-5 FaZe. That was so much. I mean, this series has been so much tighter than we anticipated. The London Royal Ravens are giving a good showing, but ultimately the stat line will tell you that they've lost 2 maps here. And that's the important thing. When it's coming down to it, FaZe are clutching up where needed. aBeZy... I mean, as you said, of course, it's aBeZy to find the 1 versus 3 in round 11. We gas him up so much, and for all that we talk about stats going out the window, for aBeZy, it has not went out the window. Every single time we talk about him and how influential he is in Search and Destroy, he shows us multiple reasons as to why a 1 versus 3 in round 11 to keep the streak alive. That's bewildering.
It really is. I know everybody's probably exploding on what has been a very good S&D and hardpoint from these two teams. Control is going to be up next right after this break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action on the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back to the COD League. This is our Scuff player of the game, and it's obvious it's aBeZy. But 1 versus 3 for him. Finds the first on the Scrapz. The second will be Asim. And with 14 seconds left to go, he throws a shoulder, and it's over. And the final kill just wraps it all up.
Oh, that's got to sting if you're Nastie. That's got to sting. You got to try and close out. But to give props to Nastie specifically, actually, he was the one that found a 1v2 himself in that game. And I actually agree with what Nameless was been saying on Twitter as well, with the way they've been holding it and playing kind of off Slasher, not bringing him into it, and finding him quite often on the flank as well. Good play from the Royal Ravens. I think what you kind of alluded to somewhat through that search and destroy, there is positives to take away here for Ravens. They played like this against, I would say, 60 or 70% of the league. They're doing a lot better than what their record suggests. So let's see if they can step it up in another series. There is still time in this one. Control is not something that is necessarily done and dusted for the side of Atlanta FaZe. This one is not over yet, and then all of a sudden you may well have a map number 4, and based on that S&D performance, you might have a chance around map number 5. A long way to go for FaZe here still.
Here comes the first push, the initial push onto B. And looks like the London Royal Ravens are cleaning house. Only Cellium. Wait a minute. Cellium finds 2. I think FaZe might give this another go.
Yeah, they're going to have a look at it. It's another kill in for Cellium, and crucially here for the side of London, you don't have anyone bedroom, so that creates a problem. Lack of control from this side. It's hard to really break back. aBeZy now just staying alive as best as he possibly can. Teammates falling in the middle of the map. Asim trying to find something, make a play. But London Royal Ravens are kind of being kept in this spawn a little bit here. It's a big gunfight win for Nastie, so Atlanta FaZe will lick their wounds, retreat back towards A, and try and lock this one in.
Yeah, they were putting a lot of pressure on B, and it wasn't really letting London go anywhere, but eventually will have to move towards A. I think London may give this one opportunity. You can see Paulx making a bit of a move. Nastie going to be there as well. Paulx gets through.
They're going to go.
And I think that might be it. That's going to be enough for them. A should be go over to Atlanta FaZe now. Simp already starts to rotate.
Opportunity for Ravens, though. You can see they didn't send everybody over. So now they can get Scrapz inside a bedroom. He just has to finesse, has to play your life in that situation. Ideally, you want somebody with Deddy in that kind of area who can just roam around, reposition, find a kill, stick, move immediately. Just put yourself in an awkward little spot. Make FaZe have to come and find you. Waste some time. A lot of it is still available to the side of Atlanta FaZe. 1.5 minutes. Lives not in their favor, though. London played this one nice and pretty so far, but we know it can change very, very quickly. Good shots.
It's also a really big gunfight for him. It's going to force London to reevaluate their lines. Only one person left alive. Paulx is going to have to be Magic. Slash is going to be on the flank as well. London should know he's here.
Found one.
And they've managed to clean this one out. London recovering brilliantly against FaZe. Slash is still alive, but they'll look to dig him out of this one now, and he finds Nastie. Still an issue.
Oh my god, Slasher. That next gunfight is absurd. They know where he is. Surely gets cleaned up. This time he does. A couple of members of FaZe also on the way here, though. Yeah, Nastie's in a lot of trouble now. We'll get the right side of that one. That stun should be enough to help out the kill for Simp. London Royal Ravens holding towards the back. You got somebody pushed way up towards kitchen. You can see Slasher finds that kill towards bedroom. All of a sudden, you only have Paul, who's still surviving from that previous FaZe attack. And now all of a sudden, there's a bit of a pinch set up. Ravens starting to spawn out. Next couple of kills are crucial.
Nastie's waiting. His patience. They're expecting him to be here. However, finds the first, looks for the second, but they've done just enough damage. FaZe will only have one tick on to B at the moment with 30 seconds left remaining. Nastie will still try and stay alive, still play his life, force FaZe to find him.
Good play. Paulx creating the angle for himself. Will take down Cell. One last roll of the dice for Atlanta FaZe. 12 seconds to do something about this round.
London have done a fantastic job here on B-Ton. Every single step of the way, they have been blunting FaZe's pushes, they've been staying alive, and they've been tricky to play against. And there is another wipe for them. First round to the Ravens.
I actually just don't think that Paulx even dies for about 1.5 minutes there. Stays alive in bedroom, and it's just so tricky to play against. All you guys in ranked, they'll be sitting there to yourselves knowing you got to clear bedroom out. Same goes here for the pros. It's one of those positions where there's so many different corners, so many different places that you can actually see the bomb from. You can extend over towards top lights, you can be top bedroom, you can be bottom bedroom. There's a lot of different places you can check that B push coming in from the attacking team. If you're an attacking team, you wipe out those players, you're confident that you've got rid of everybody in bedroom. Well, you shouldn't be. There could be still somebody in there. It's so awkward. It wastes so much time. But when you do clear it, it's all stations go. You can find the attack. Can Ravens clear it here off the initial? This is your best chance when you spawn in, because you know Atlanta FaZe ain't gonna be. Yeah, they don't beat you to it. This time in moment, though, for the side of Royal Ravens, you ain't able to find it. So it's a push over towards A. You may well default to.
Scrapz still maybe trying to keep some issues, keep some FaZe players over towards B. They now have to get past Simp. London have the numbers here to make this happen, but a little bit reluctant to get into a gunfight with Simp. Eventually, though, they will clean their back lines, and they'll get into A.
Yeah, it's nothing worth getting too stressed about over towards it. You know you can make that push. Atlanta FaZe will have another little look at it. And, well, it is not even a little look, as two of them get wiped out pretty much immediately. Now it is aBeZy in a good position to slow down any push on the flank. I think Nastie spotted him. You can see the call. It's come through. Really nice gunfight. And he finds a really nice push from Ravens. They find the point. They clear up the flank. And now they can start making their own push. But look at FaZe immediately on that mini-map, extending towards bedroom side. They want to lock that down continuously.
And this will be a chow here. Nastie versus aBeZy. The rest of London are pushing through, trying to stay alive. aBeZy staying alive at the same time as London look to swoop through. They do get it. And Cellium falls as well. Now the key thing to keep an eye on here, mini-map. Number 8 Slasher will be the first. Simp is also going to be there.
Oof. It was a big kill actually that came in from Simp. So if you are London, you find those 2 kills towards the bar side. You're saying to your teammates, right, stay alive there. Try and find some kills as best as you can. So then we can push up to bedroom and we pinch together. In that situation, though, Simp actually extends back towards London spawn, finds the kill, catches them off guard. Not on your toes when you're walking that close to your spawn. But still, Asim towards the back is going to be a thorn in the side of Atlanta FaZe here. They have to root him out. They haven't been able to do so far. The rest of Royal Ravens now have cleared up bedroom. This is an opportunity.
Looking for it. Asim is going to get gunned by aBeZy, who stays alive. Cellium's going to be here as well as he gets another. And they had the opportunity, but FaZe had the gunny. And I say that, and I thought it was going to be a little last-minute flank. Not going to work out for them. aBeZy continues to move.
And that was a really big opportunity, to be honest with you. For the side of Royal Ravens, you got a player towards the back. You clear out bedroom. It is best case scenario at that stage, but Atlanta FaZe just have the gunny in that scenario. Pick them apart as the attack comes through. And all of a sudden, it's looking like things are going to be tied up here. FaZe holding it down. One last push. 24 seconds to go.
Simp staying alive. 6 health. Can London and Royal Ravens really make this push? They're looking for it. No, can't even find Simp. Eventually, it'll just be Paul X. And being the last one alive, his teammates are still going to be away from this hill as Slasher finds one as well. Can they get into this in time? Slasher just dives around. They wipe them out in the kill feed. And London will not get this point. 1-1 here. I think the score should be 1 tick on the sides of Atlanta FaZe.
And it's pretty clean in the land from FaZe, but it feels like Royal Ravens maybe had the best opportunity we've seen from both these 2 teams in the attacking round, at least when it comes towards B. Clear out the bedroom, you get somebody on the spawn. Best case scenario for you in that situation is you can lock down some decent enough ticks, but they can't fight the gunfights. You got to win your gunfight still. It's still, you can't just rely on rotation and position. You need to make sure you get the irons up and find the kills. Couldn't do it that time. It's very difficult to do it against a team as talented as these boys on the Atlanta FaZe side. Slasher 15-7. He's been having a great performance, just typically over towards that reception side, over towards the back stairs. It's pretty much where he thrives. Now for FaZe, it's mostly a concentrated A hit. Cellium will find the kill. This should be A. Now going over towards the side of FaZe. I don't think Royal Ravens will be able to contest this too much.
They are moving slowly but surely that direction potentially, but they're going to know there aren't many players on that tick. That's the key thing. They're not committing to it because it's not going up as a 4-man stack. So they know there are players in the wind somewhere.
I may well send one player over though. Paul X does a good job at finding one. Dips out as well, so good job. But I think for Ravens in that sort of situation, there's a kill being made by Cellium, and I think Simp found one on the way over there as well. You already don't have much value by having to go and retake. You'd rather gain control of B a little bit more. You know, there's a lot of players from FaZe over towards that side of the map. Extend over towards the other. Lock down B. Scrapz has done a good job to win that gunfight onto Slasher. Slows him down 16-8 now. From the Litigo. Simp towards the back though. Can they find a break here?
Tell you something, London have been looking very confident in their defense as well.
It's just very clean.
That's and who would have thought, realistically, in this series, it's been a very, very tight game all the way through the game modes. Looking like the same thing again here. FaZe have a minute and a half to try and break this deadlock. Cellium with a little bit of a jump shot will fall as well. And London really relying on this bedroom push and play the same way that FaZe did in the last round.
So the spawns actually start coming in over towards kitchen for FaZe, which is right, but you can see how far up that Asim is actually pushed there. It's going to be so difficult for FaZe to do a lot about this, even from the front. Simp will find a route through. Now the players coming back off the respawn will be the ones to help you out here, but there's players in bedroom, there's players in mid. aBeZy will clean one up. He's still capturing himself. Time momentarily stopped. And all of a sudden, Cellium, with a minute to go, is the only one from FaZe in any sort of position to be able to do something here. Look how deep Asim is.
They are just relying on it over and over again to break these deadlocks. It's very simple play. But Cellium has managed to find two, and now you can see them reacting. Asim's going to come through the flank. They already know he's going to be here. They haven't seen him in quite some time. They are waiting for him. X finds one. Asim's going to find Simp regardless. But still, that third tick is so close. Asim has to probably commit. No! They've got the rest. Cellium will fall as well as London Royal Ravens hold on by the tiniest of margins.
But they have held on, and that's the important thing. With Asim in such a deep position, that's obviously forcing the spawns for FaZe way over towards the kitchen side. 2 kills coming on through, though, and it's only 1 tick needed. It takes 1 good push. Yeah, Ravens have to go.
Asim's going to have to make a move. He's going to have to make a move. That's almost done. Asim, you have to get there in time, and he's not managed to do it. They've got the tick. A little bit too much patience, and Atlanta FaZe find the attack. And London has done such a good job of holding it over and over again.
Oh,
the gunfights just did not fall the way they needed to, Ton.
And that's the situation. Yeah, okay, FaZe did a really good job for that initial push to find those 2 ticks. And then all it takes is one semi-decent push, and you can jump on it because you don't need to necessarily set up for that infinite amount of time you need to then get a hold of all 3 ticks. You need to set up for a position where you find just the one. A couple of gunfights fall their way, and they say, well, sod it, jump on. That's all they need to do. Asim is not able to answer the call quick enough. An attacking round now for FaZe. They are 1 round away from closing this one out 3-0.
I think already London know exactly where Simp is going to be, and he's outnumbered massively. But this is the same story as the rest of the rounds we have seen. A will fall, but it's all about B. Last time FaZe found it with 20 seconds left to go. This time London will want the same.
It's going to go over towards the side of London, and I actually don't agree with the play that X made. He was actually chilling in bedroom because the rest of the team maybe needed some help to get a hold of it. They may well need the help now, though. He moves away from bedroom. FaZe make their move through bedroom. It will just about be locked in by the side of the Royal Ravens, but they get ahead from it. They could have had somebody in bedroom and set up over towards B, but because he makes the push back over towards the A side to help his team out, he gets flanked, they lose bedroom control, and this push becomes a little bit harder. But the kills are starting to flow. But the side of the Royal Ravens, Asim's found the one through the back. Still alive for Cellium towards bedroom. He's going to be the one that has to shut this down for FaZe.
I was going to say 2 minutes on the clock. Can London make their way here? But they basically just ran straight through. That first tick is slow, though. There's only 1 player going to be on it. X stops the clock, will eventually fall. And London look to see if they can make it a bit better. Waiting for this fight. Huge gunfight by Nastie, but will be traded out by them. Cellium versus Scrapz. Trying to clean out the bedroom.
He's in a good position here, but look at Slasher. He is just being oh so patient. Waiting for anything going on. Okay, so the gunfight starts to come through with a minute and a half to go. If you're London, do you leave him or do you concentrate on getting rid of him? You've got Scrapz here. Send everybody else looking for Slasher. If you can clear him out, then all of a sudden, it's on the card. Slasher then falls. You've got someone towards the back. Another opportunity for London.
They are. They're in as well. If they get a 3-stack, they're going to jump straight onto the point here. FaZe now have to go. The flank is going to come through. They don't have the opportunity to come through the back of the hill. London have the bodies. That tick is going to be done. It's already through. They find it. And London stay alive. They find it quicker as well. But I don't think they've got the ticks for defense. They will have it for attack.
Wonderfully done. And as I was talking about halfway through, do you make the move to get rid of Slasher? You know exactly where he is. He's just killed somebody off respawn. And then immediately, as soon as you find that kill, you make the move and punish FaZe. Well played from the Royal Ravens. Very, very swift attack coming on through. We go to round number 5. This one could go either way, but FaZe, crucially, 2-0 up in this series. Can Ravens claw it back yet?
One last potential round for the Ravens in this series. It looks like a big hit towards A. They go straight here. Simp's going to do this again. Slightly different positioning this time. So he got found last time. Finds the first one. So many bodies flying in towards it. As we're on board with Simp, I think it's time for an Atlanta FaZe. Listen in.
I am cat. I'm trying story. Shout top cat. I don't think look at target cat room. In being weak, I'm beating Nastie. He's on the point.
MC go BS one?
Yeah.
What's the thing one? Nice. Bro, point absolutely. Point weak mid side. Nice. One more outside store. They cap.
Trying to go to B, they might spawn close B.
Did we kill the guy's store? No.
Hey, bad.
That's the one that killed me. I don't know where he is.
He's on me, top cat.
Scrapz. MC.
Top bed, big man. He's done.
I'm bottom bed in the corner. Bottom bed.
Nice. Time.
What's top bed?
I'm seeing mid. One's fire base. One cut.
Oh, that's coming.
Nice. That's our base, I think.
Hey,
spot. Before I think. He's back swap, one shot. Nastie.
Just spawning P5 or kitchen. Oh, all the way back, black wall.
He's not P2.
Stay down, Chris.
I saw
one's black wall, one's black wall.
I sent him in our back. Dead. I'm nading main. You have right? I'm holding main.
I can't right. I don't see him back bed.
I P4, hold main.
Listen, there's one top bed, I think.
Yo,
line cut. Two line cut.
I have main.
Two outright.
I'm looking right.
Yeah,
I don't think bad, Chris.
I'm gonna push out a broken hole. I'm gonna go back to the broken hole. Bet on me, I think.
Don't think bad, Chris. Main right now. Might be too late, man. Main.
Try to push south me if you can.
Yeah, main.
Nothing back right.
I main.
Back right. Two. I got one. One more back right. He's not pushing it. He's just sitting in store.
Two main now, MC.
No one has main.
I mean, others. Don't catch.
Look
at main. One's back right at me. One's back right at me.
I have your main.
He's still store. He could be in the back
of
of me too.
Super calm comms from Atlanta FaZe. They haven't felt flustered in this one. And that's probably speaking the tempo of the control. 50 seconds left on the clock for London.
Slash having a big game. 28 kills to his name. Cellium locking it down with attack 56 as well. Exclamation mark class. Please help me out. Slasher still has a hold of that cruise missile. Bear that in mind as London's push continues to come through, with the kills starting to come through for the Atlanta FaZe side. Lives are, of course, important. 30 seconds, though. The more important factor here for the side of Royal Ravens. You need to find a break. You need to find it quick. FaZe are somewhat turtled here. If you can find a couple of kills at bedroom, you have one more opportunity in this series.
Oh, aBeZy already finds one and bolts down on the numbers. Last push for them as well. The kill feed is all red. Only Nastie left alive. Slasher brings in the cruise missile. Doesn't even need it. Probably throw it at the spawn or somewhere towards mid. In it goes, and it finds a player as well. As if it's just a bit of salt on the wound. And Atlanta FaZe will walk away with this control. London, there is a silver lining that they have looked good against the Major II champions. And a 3-0 doesn't really tell the story.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe, well, you know the rest of it. For the Royal Ravens, good was not enough. Atlanta FaZe clutch up time and time again. For the majority of that series, Ravens went toe-to-toe. There's a 20-pod hard point. It's a one-round S&D, including a 1 versus 3 from aBeZy to win it, and it is a one-round control. It is as close as you could possibly want a 3-0. As far as an entertainment perspective goes, but for the Royal Ravens, we can talk about that silver lining. I don't feel like they will feel that way now. It's got to be frustration because they know that they could perform like this. That is a good performance from Ravens, but ultimately, it's not enough to find these wins. 3-0 does flatter the side of FaZe, who are maybe not at their best today, but they clutch up when they need to. They find their maps where they need to. Some way, somehow, a 3-0 win is what transpires in front of us. Atlanta FaZe get the job done.
They do. It certainly wasn't clean for them, and they're probably a little bit stressed out how close it actually came. But I think you're right. The biggest takeaway for this one is it's expected of FaZe. This result is expected. What wasn't expected is how close it was. A hold-on restaurant, a 1v3, and a potential one tick could have flipped that last thing as well. It has been a very, very close game between the two. Nobody really expected that. We knew London might have the hard point, but other than that, it has been entertaining, I think is the best way to put it.
They'll be kicking themselves. I think, we think about that rotation, of course, over towards restaurant. They were the first ones there. They locked that in. okay, 1-0 up. You don't get 1v3'd. You're 2-0 up. The control, yeah, okay, it's one tick here and there. You lose it, it's not the end of the world. But then you're heading into a map number 4 in a hard point, which is FaZe's worst mode, and I think it would have been on Fortress specifically. You've got a chance. Ravens could have plausibly won that series. It's not out of the question. Good performance, but they will feel that that's not the case right now.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing. No matter how much you kind of lose, you're still a loss. Especially for the Royal Ravens, who just need the points. But what a great series. It's time to hand it over to our great desk to break it down.
You still lost. That is what they're going to be thinking about, gentlemen, as we say goodbye to the Ravens today. And this is a similar feeling. You just lost 3-1 and 3-2 to Boston in another series that you were in a position that you could have won. Atlanta FaZe, though, comes away with the 3-0. That'll officially go in the records books. But as the caster said, Ali, this wasn't pretty. This was a match that very much we could have seen London winning at least 2 maps.
Absolutely. I'm right there with that sentiment as well. I think, again, we have to remind ourselves it is the 12th seed versus the 1st seed. Maybe an expected outcome for the Atlanta FaZe, but a pleasant surprise on the side of the London Royal Ravens. In that first hard point, they were in the lead a majority of the time. It was just one hold that did not go their way. And then you move into that S&D. You broke it down beautifully, but as we stay on that map 1, can I just say, Nastie was frying with the TAC 56 in hand. This is not something that we usually see him off spawn with. Usually he's the one that's going to be running that second sub, and Paul X actually had the Vaznev out a majority of this map, and it seemed to be working for them. Again, it was just a couple mistakes in the rotations where they would overcommit to about 10 seconds of time, and then there would already be 2 players in Atlanta FaZe set up on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, a pretty good performance on that map 1. I think, you know, with them making some role swaps here and there. Also, Paul looked fantastic with the sub. Let's just put that out there on rotations. The guy was making some huge plays. It really just came down to them getting broken on platform hill. Like, it was back and forth.
Look at this, 197, 197. Yeah. They won the first round of rotation.
Yeah.
Like, London was very much in this game. It was that final hill. Who clutched up for FaZe? Were you able to identify one player? Because it looked like this was London's, and then FaZe breaks it.
Yeah, aBeZy comes through carpet and gets a kill, right? And then Slasher also gets a big kill jumping through freezer, or jumping to pre-aim freezer, and he finds actually 2. So just a couple big plays on the side of FaZe where they end up clutching up. And, you know, this is a London Royal Raven team where they could have easily been checked coming into this series, right?
Yeah.
Like, they showed a lot of fight preparation coming into this. When you look at that search and destroy in the way that they played it, what have we seen from FaZe in all their Asilos, right? They have you have 2 SMGs go bottom mid, they finesse, aBeZy knows all the wall bang spots, and then we have Cellium and Slasher on either side of the map. Well, what London did is they really kind of eliminated that. They stacked mid almost every single round. Very competitive back and forth game that came down to clutches after the trades, where it just felt like London lost too many of those clutch situations. And then at the very end, they end up making an adjustment in round 11, which works out beautifully, and you get clutched on 1v3. So I just want to reiterate that the preparation was there for London. They're still fighting, but they get edged away.
We got Slasher, though, from the winning team to talk about this matchup, and he joins us once again from the winner's circle. Getting comfortable up there, it looks like, Slasher. But this is a pretty easy record start. If you're looking at the numbers, you're playing the 12th seed, now you're playing the 11th seed from Florida yesterday, rather. Talk to me about these matchups for you. Why was today so close?
I think, to be honest, we played down a little bit today, but I mean, the thing is too about the league nowadays, like even the 12th team, like they're a good team, like, right? Like everyone gives London crap for like not putting up wins on the board, but like those are still good players over there. I mean, I played with Asim, won an event with him last year. He's a beast. So like they're a good team. It's hard to beat any team in the league nowadays. It's just about staying consistent and staying on top. And then also, I mean, the glaring issue right now is everyone's running sound equalization. Pro players are absolute cowards. So like the comp is just the skill gap is like closer than it's ever been.
Facts.
Yeah, pro players are cowards.
I like that you're calling it out, because this is something that it's going to take everybody to agree not to run if we want to see it in the league. Go ahead, Alec.
I wanted to. Can you tell the fans what sound equalization is, though? Because I don't know if everybody knows what it is.
And it's not at LAN.
No, it's not. It's banned on LAN, thankfully. But it's just basically a setting you turn on your computer, and it makes some of the louder noise in game quieter and some of the quieter noises louder. So like footsteps and stuff like that are turned up and cranked up. Like, I mean, namely, so I was playing ranked play with you, and you heard a guy across the map for me. So it's clear as day that setting was.
Yeah, I heard him across the map. But yeah, you had a question. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I mean, again, it's a great call out to talk about those things, because, you know, sometimes we try to keep it a little bit under the rug. But I did want to touch on the point that you said, you know, the bottom team teams aren't necessarily bad so far in this section of the league. It's just they have to make blaring mistakes near the end of closing out maps, and that what kind of separates the top from the bottom. You guys lately have been struggling with hardpoint. You know, your search and destroy has been phenomenal across the board. Your control is looking pretty good. Your hardpoint has been kind of a little bit shortcoming though, and you've been clutching up at the end of those moments because of the type of team that you are. Where do you guys find that you kind of misstep in the opening of these maps?
I'm not sure. It's just maybe the starting slow thing, because I feel like in practice, for the most part, I mean, I said it before on, I think, the flank, where I was like, I think we're a way better hardpoint team than we're showing in matches, and I still do believe that. It's just about translating it. But I think it's good to see, too, that we're able to pull away these close games. Like, even if it's against London, like, clutching up in big moments like that is always good for team morale, and just being able to, you know, pull out wins like that is important.
Got to close this one out here by asking FaZe, who do you want to play? Let's talk about it. If you are looking at the future here, we're already in Texas. Who do you want to see on your side of that winner's bracket?
I mean, I like to play a lot of teams, right? Like, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I always want to play LA Thieves. I think playing against OpTic in front of the home crowd would be fun. Any of the top teams, to be honest. I'm a guy who lives for the big time matches, so give me the top teams.
Well, great start already here to Major 3, a 2-1 record after your first 3 matches. We look forward to seeing you in your next one, Slasher.
Thank you, guys.
Peace.
Great stuff from Slasher. Let's take a look at the numbers here as we wrap things up from match number 1. London Royal Ravens still with 30. Remember, 20 points came in our opening week of the CDL. They got a win against Vegas. That was their 3rd win of the season. And this one wasn't easier, going up against the #1 seed today. Atlanta now moves to 175 on our leaderboard.
Yeah, unfortunately for the London Royal Ravens, they're in a position now where they basically have to go undefeated to try and force themselves into that top 8. Again, we are still only on our Major 3 qualifiers, but I mean, they have a long road ahead of them.
Long road ahead, and we still have 2 more matches to go today. While we're getting that second match ready, reminder, we have all of the gear you could ever want available at CallOfDutyLeague.com. Shop.CallOfDutyLeague.com is the exact location. Nameless, which one of these 4 are you grabbing first?
Yeah, I mean, whoever sends me one. Atlanta FaZe. I've thrown up the Atlanta FaZe on stream like multiple times. Whoever runs stuff over there, I need a hoodie ASAP, but these are all fire. I'd rock all of them.
And of course, support your players in-game. Shout out to everyone running these skins in their ranked lobbies. I've seen nothing but LA Thieves and OpTic Green. Rock something different. I dare you guys. What would you be running, Nameless, if you had a fresh option?
Listen, can I just say, no hate, but the people running the OpTic skin, they're always getting 180, bro. Yo, but the most cracked ones are the LAG skin.
We've got a battle of some rookies coming up when we return. Scrappy takes the stage again. We'll find out, how does he match up against Dan Ghosty, the fresh face on OpTic. We'll talk about him after this.
pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta one up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Welcome back, everybody. It is week 2 of our Major 3 qualifiers. This is day 4 of our overall matches and only the second meeting here with some new faces. We've got HyDra back in the lineup for Toronto Ultra. He's replacing Standy, a superstar from last year that I don't think any people saw getting benched. And if you look at the results, Toronto, top 4 at our first major, top 6 at our second major, and that's only because they ran into LA Thieves that went to the finals. Now they put Standy on the bench after losing to Boston. Did they look better with the man in the mix?
I don't know so much about better, but they still won the series, right? Like, they still look solid overall. We saw a really good standout series from Scrapz and Kleenex. And again, it's one of those weird situations where maybe you lose the impactful player that Standy was, but gain a player who's going to do all the dirty work, right? In the fact that HyDra, so he played overall, I think, average. He played well for what he was aiming to do. But I think today, against a team like OpTic Texas, we're really going to see what they're capable of and maybe what their ceiling is with this little bit of practice they've had.
Looking at HyDra and after his first interview, I got TP vibes. It's a guy who wants to do the dirty work, who wants to enable the people around him and not worry about the stats.
Yeah.
He had a .85, but he won me over with his communication after that match win.
Yeah, young Teep vibes, right? I actually really like that comparison. He's got a lot of winning to do compared to big Tyler Polchow. But when you talk about HyDra, I do like the way that he plays for the squad. And clearly what they were hoping for with getting HyDra was to make all their jobs easier. And at least from that first display, that happened, right? Because Scrapz and Kleenex both had great performances. Now, it was a narrow victory versus the Vegas Legion. OpTic is a very strong opponent, so we will really learn the true test is right now for Toronto.
And speaking of OpTic, they've never finished outside top 4, the Zeo trio that is, with Illy on the lineup. But after a top 4 finish, we saw Illy put on the bench. Ghosty moved into the starting lineup. This is a move that we've been talking to a lot of folks. They said Dashy found this guy, wanted him on his squad. He's played 1 match so far. What do we think?
I think it's the same situation. I think these are 2 teams that have something to prove now with their roster changes. And OpTic Texas, the last time they went up against Toronto Ultra, they were able to take it 3-1. They lost that control in a 3-1 fashion, but the respawns on the searches look great. And that's what I'm worried about when it comes to OpTic Texas team, is what their search and destroy is going to consistently look like. And again, it's one of those things that's once we get more matches under our belt, we'll get a little bit more of a vibe for this squad. We didn't see the sniper pulled out too much from Ghosty, and I'm hoping to see it brought out today.
Yeah, I mean, I think Huke just dropped a crazy nuke performance in that game 5, right? So we really didn't see any crazy highlight moments from Ghosty. Love what I heard in terms of the communication, like we talked about in pre-show. Seems like he's sort of like brings a calming aspect to this team, and that's why the SMGs played so much better. Anyways, I thought with the last roster they had, the mistakes that they were making were with both the SMGs, in Shotzzy and Huke. So if he comes in and he helps those 2 guys clean up their gameplay, then OpTic can still win a championship.
College student still taking classes while taking names in Call of Duty. Love to see his progression here in the league. But let's take a look at our maps and modes, because only one of these guys is walking away with the win. Is it HyDra in Toronto, or is it going to be Ghosty and the OpTic Texas lineup? Taking a look at our maps, we got Hotel Fortress again for a second hard point, and then we'll go to Embassy to close things out, Allie.
That first Hotel is the only map and mode that kind of resembles the first time these 2 teams matched up, and it was OpTic Texas cinching the win by a mere 30 points about. So a little bit worrisome there, but also it's a tale of testing which team has gotten better with their roster move. Toronto Ultra fell on the short end last time, losing 1-3, and OpTic Texas won with their old roster 3-1. So I think this will be a very good gauge of where these teams stand.
Yeah, I mean, that map 1 is a huge square up, right? So that's really what I'm looking at there. Then also that Hotel Control. Toronto's been one of the best teams in the game throughout the year on Hotel Control, and OpTic really haven't been able to figure out control since the start. So if they were bringing in Ghosty to come in and fix things like that, we'll learn in this one.
Looking at our numbers, Toronto gets games done normally by that 4th map. OpTic, they've been clutching game 5s. How do you 2 see this playing out? Where do we finish? Who walks away with the dub, Allie?
Ooh, I think we go really long. I've been back and forth all day about this. I think I'm leaning towards Toronto Ultra. I'm going to go OpTic Texas.
Going OpTic Texas? How many maps? 5?
5.
Going 5. All right. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, that was my prediction early today, and it's the same. I got OpTic Texas winning this in a 3-2 fashion. I think it's about to be a banger, though.
We've got some numbers to look at here for the matchup. A reminder, Toronto took this battle 3-1, as Ali mentioned in their previous meeting. That was back at January 21st. As you take a look at this breakdown, though, the map count definitely in Toronto's favor still. You look at control numbers in their favor. Is that going to be true with the new OpTic lineup? What do you want to see from this team, and specifically Dan Ghosty on this game type?
I want Dan Ghosty to have a stand-up performance in this series. I want to see what he truly can bring to this roster and what he does. I feel like when it comes to control, the Toronto Ultra is not going to change a whole lot. If anything, they might get better. If Hixie starts playing spawn traps again, being that player that enables the people around him, being that rat, again, not directly comparable with Dan Ghosty, but Toronto Ultra could have possibly gotten better at that third game mode. So I'm expecting hopefully a standout series from Dan.
And also, as you guys can see our little 2-box here with Hixie and Ghosty, there's another, player coming in that's a rookie in the series as well. It's Scrappy, right? So we have 3 Rookie of the Year players in this series, which should definitely be a banger. But when I look at these two guys, they're sort of coming in as role players on this team, right? And more specifically for Ghosty, I just want to see him not be prone to the bad game, stay consistent throughout, getting them trophies down and filling in the gaps, playing spawns for this team, at least when it comes to the hard points. That's where my eyes will be.
Chat, let's lock in. I have a feeling this one is going the distance, and we've got 2 excellent casters on the mic for this one. Let's get it going. We got Lando and Study on the call.
Thank you so much, Christopher. Yes, indeed, folks. Let's have ourselves a phenomenal series. OpTic Texas taking on the Toronto Ultra. Jay, it feels like there's a lot of similar comparisons when it comes down to both of these teams, both rosters, obviously making a roster change, that of which was controversial. Both teams playing in their second series versus each other, now with this new lineup as well. I'm excited, man. This is going to be a really good barometer. That's what I think I took away most from the desk and what they touched on. A good barometer to see where both of these teams truly sit right now.
Oh, yeah, I'm super excited for this matchup. We got a chance to look at the maps of Mose, and I think it's a square up, at least for the first 3 maps. You get the best hard point for both squads in map number 1. You get one of the strongest search in the shorts for that Fortress in game 2. And then we know how strong Toronto is on hotel control. And on the opposite side for OpTic, that's the most control wins that they had on that map. So it's going to be a square for me, man. I'm super excited. But one thing that I really enjoyed was that OpTic took Team B in this series. That's the biggest thing because they get to control the first Destiny that they play in map number 2. They get to basically pick the control that they want and then also pick that map number 4. So that's going to be big going forward. But here we go, Lando. This is going to be a battle, my friend.
It is indeed. I know the desk was also talking about how it's a very good chance that we could maybe see 5 games. I'm sure a lot of fans out there hoping to see very much the same as we fly in here toward Hotel Hardpoint. B1 currently in control of OpTic Texas early as they've got 15 unanswered points.
Yeah, so far, OpTic Texas, they start off on the better side, so good 15 off the rip, but got to be thinking big picture here. We have to try to flip these spawns because that's what I think these hard points between both of these squads is going to come down to, simply the rotations. Whoever's able to get there first. OpTic are number 1 on this map compared to Toronto Ultra, who are 8th, but they're doing a great job right now contesting P1 and winning those gunfights over towards P2. So perfect start for OpTic, also a perfect start for Ultra holding the spawns for next.
That's kind of what you talked about, right? With Toronto Ultra being, so talented when it comes down to breaking, especially on different hard points. Really, it's about for them just kind of play standard hard point. We know that they're talented at breaking, but can they just rotate, put the pressure on the OpTic Texas? This is going to be their first real test. And now, with that being the case, Shotzzy, eager as ever, looks to get involved in the fight. Meanwhile, it's Dashy on the other side. A bit of a slower start for him. Wave 1 cleared for Toronto, but OpTic Texas are right backing on in.
Yeah, OpTic also running out towards Shandy's side. They're just going to fly right on in behind the SMGs. They're able to find 2, but it's the other players on the side of Ultra who are able to cut them all 4 down. So now with only 30 seconds left, OpTic has to make the call. Do we push this? Do we rotate over towards next? It looks like they're going to try to be aggressive, but they get cut down. So the final 20 is going to go in favor of Ultra. OpTic now forced to rotate. With this much time off the rotation, you allow yourself to get the perfect setup.
This is kind of what we saw in that last series, right? That they faced off against versus the Las Vegas Legion, Jay, for Toronto Ultra. It was kind of standard stuff, right? They made the rotations when they needed to break. They were able to find them. Right now up in a major way, 55-28 as we get ready for some kitchen. We'll see if Toronto once more can put that breaking into good use. Back up the stats we've talked about frequently, and right on cue, they rush right into kitchen. Shotzzy does not want to give that one up, but Jay, he has no choice.
Oh, he has no choice indeed, my friend. Toronto Ultra, they just break right through the middle of the map. The #1 breaking team on some hotel hardpoint, and it showed perfectly as they were able to find all 4 kills, flip the spawns. Now OpTic Texas trying to execute the break from the front. CleanX cuts down 2. Eventually, he gets taken down, so no cruise missile is going to be earned. But so far, this has been a back-and-forth trade hill. Toronto coming out on top. Final 20 seconds. OpTic probably get this one more good push, but got to cut your losses. You got to get towards next because Toronto are playing a step ahead right now.
They are indeed. What do you got? Player number 4 in CleanX, who's already prepared and at the bar. He's got Scrappy alongside of him. So Toronto, not only do they grab the scrap points, but they've also managed to hit that rotation nice and early. Down in man count, we'll see what they can do with it. And it appears that OpTic Texas, the numbers will be able to favor them nice and early. But the last time that we saw OpTic Texas on Hotel Hardpoint, it was pretty much what we're seeing on the reverse side. Downright dominance versus the Guerrillas. We'll see if the boys in Texas can finally get things going.
Oh, and they hold the first push at least, find 3 kills. Now they just have to be able to read the spawns because 2-2 split right now from Ultra. 2 players spawning over towards Jewel, the rest towards back spa. That's another 3 dead in the feed for OpTic. Now they know that they're spawning over towards bedroom. All spa side. Everybody just hold your preems, get your trophies down. And just play for these kills because we can try to trap this and chain it towards the next hill. But Hixie with some great shots, able to take down 1. CleanX finds a second, but Huke the nuke tries to at least keep them off for this time, but the final 20 is going to be Toronto's after Scrapz tears them apart with 3.
Can we lower that camera a bit? I want to see what that man's chirping right now. He is feeling it. The same thing can be said for CleanX. Once more, it is Toronto getting scrap points, and if you look at the rotation, they are here again. It has been such great work early. Oh my! P from Toronto as Insight is able to find 2. Texas once more left in a position where they're going to have to break. They're going to have to do the hard job. And we'll see if that can be successful, as this gunfight is going to be huge. CleanX wins that, and from there, Toronto continues to roll. A break opportunity for OpTic as we continue to headbutt inside of the restaurant. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding for the Ultra Boys.
I'm with you. It's not done dead. Just left down, left side. Mid hill. Middle of the hill, one's that side shot as well. Middle of the time, one's that side shot. Nice. Look at that side shot. My outside. Wine. Could've gone there. Short on me. Short. Yeah, good news. Both time. Yeah, I've got deep now. Dead. I have an AR as well. Go to the high again. I want lead time. Just follow the back. No, on me. 2 all. I'm gonna be the back. I'll play deep. Play deep wall here. They can come my bed. Come out your kitchen, right? Yeah. I'm playing kitchen, bro. I'm playing side door, the bricks. Okay, kill my low bed, boys. Do you want me to get it? No, you can play your side. You can play rank. Ivy square. Two side. Both get in. Both get in. Ivy square. Back dead. Back door. I don't see him. Absolute dead. I'm right side. I have your back door cross, Toby. Yeah. Could be low bed. I have low. Could be top cat. Cat to bed. Top cat. One's low bed. Back top cat. That's dead. Nice. Look for one. I hold this. Dashy, yeah. Could be in there's P4, it's P4. Alright, I'm on he's going plat steps now. I'm watching my own inside my top bed walls. I don't have my plat. Yeah. I'm coming to backstairs, Charlie. They want a kitchen, man. It could be kitchen. I'm mid now. Could be kitchen.
It is all business right now from Toronto, the typical comms that we have become accustomed to. They're displaying it once more. Let's now see how the other side of the stage is sounding. Listen now with OpTic Texas.
Where's it all? Get away there. What's this thing? He's backstairs. Are they pushing? He's back door. Stay down. I think he's back up though. Yeah, I think we spawned up slot, guys. Yeah, I think we spawned up. Yeah, I'm picking up. P2 going hole. The guy's going back hole. Yeah, back hole. 100%. Yeah, P2 stairs. Hold that. Yeah, I have your main. P2 stairs. I have main for you. One guy's couches on me, 100%. I could try to watch your couch load up. Oh yeah, one guy's front bed. Got one. Top bed. Couch is dead. Backside couches, really big scrap. You know where they're at? One guy's P4. He's one-shot couches, bro. One-shot couches, Scrappy. He's spawning down here. Spawning kitchen. That's good. Yeah, kitchen spots. Yeah, one's gonna be right. Close couch. Shit on! I have a tree. Ruck's good shit. I'm pushing up in B. Top bed. One shot. I have TVs. What's TVs? Couches, one shot. Couches, CleanX. One shot couches. He's one shot couches. It's Toby. Couches dead. Nice, good shit. Look at my own top cat. Stay down. I can't. I'm gonna get rolled. I'm dead off time. Well, guys, pull, watch out. One here, ruins left. Try to get there before. He's at left. Absolute pool. He's inside before. He's in spot already. We're gonna spawn out.
And with between both of the teams, the communication is hot. I give it A for Toronto Ultra because you heard all the small talk. Everyone was talking when they needed to. And on the opposite side for OpTic Texas, A+ because you heard the energy, man. Huke the Nuke is coming out swinging in this map, number 1. The only thing is they don't have rotation over towards next. It's still scrappy. Back and forth trades in towards the hill. It's all about finding these kills to try to get a setup. But Toronto are not making it easy. Shotzzy, last player up. He gets taken down. And Toronto Ultra, another rotation over towards P2.
And Jay, this has just been exquisite HP out of the Toronto Ultra. I mean, just incredible work coming in from them. We've talked about it multiple times, how they just look comfortable. I mean, the comms suggested it. They just feel like they're always in the driver's seat. And there's been so many, people talking about the Toronto Ultra changing. You're bringing in somebody in Hixie who maybe isn't that same, slaying talent that we know that Standy can be, but he's going to be a great piece to really improve the fundamentals of the roster. I think from all accounts right now, you've got the slaying and the fundamentals look to be absolutely on point for the moment.
Oh yeah, without question, man. Hixie's a guy. Perfect comparison that we heard from the desk, comparing him like TP, Mr. Do-It-All, just trying to get the win. And I think the biggest thing that I took from their last series of Hixie in the roster is that Kleenex led the team in damage. Look at his stat line, 26 and 17, taking over 5 points until Ultra call map 1.
Yeah, they are just absolutely flying and frying. As we said, both teams off of some solid hotel hard points. We were curious to see how the duel would go, and it has been a one-sided affair. 5 more points still left for Toronto. Kleenex looks to put them to bed. 1 more point to go, and that will be game. A downright incredible HP performance there for Toronto, and you can see it at the top left. Scrappy is already getting going.
Oh yeah, without question, man. When you get a victory like that in map number 1, you're shutting up all the doubters on who the potential rookie of the year is going to be with a stellar performance alongside Kleenex. Both of those guys just took over. And like the biggest thing that you have to take away in map number 1 is that OpTic Texas usually on Hotel Hardpoint, they're the #1 rotating team. They usually put themselves in a better position. But both P2s, they could not get the spawns. And even when they rotated over towards Kitchen, they were instantly broken by the #1 breaking team on Hotel Hardpoint in the Ultra. A pretty convincing map number 1 for Toronto. Obviously, you got to think the vibes. Everything is flowing on that side. A slow start from the Batman, 14 and 23. I don't know what's been going on with Dashy the last 2 matches. Probably a little bit too much rank because he's sitting top 15 overall, but
he was
not the best map number 1 performance. Now OpTic Texas need to respond in the search.
Yeah, the craziest part, Jay, is that once this game is over, he's already down to 200. People are just grinding right now. When it comes down to ranked, I know you've actually just hit the top 250. I will not be seeing
me, baby.
Jay. Unfortunately, you're going to be alone at the top when it comes down to the talent team. But tell you what, man, just incredible work out of Toronto throughout this entire hardpoint. I mean, you and I had super high expectations. We said it was going to be a square up. It was going to be, a true battle to really see who was going to take control on Hotel, as both teams had come off of a dominant Hotel hardpoint. In Toronto Ultra, I mean, it looked effortless at times. Like, it just felt like they were dominant in the slaying, and every time we would look up to see on the mini-map where the rotations were at, you saw 1, if not 2, sometimes 3 Ultra players there. It almost felt like a 6v4 at times based off of where they were positioned on the map.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is that we went into the comms of both squads. You heard Toronto Ultra with their small talk talking about let's make sure we rotate. Let's hold down this power position. Make sure you play your life in that certain spot. And on the opposite side for Texas, it was just simply like, we're getting a lot of energy. That's perfect. Exactly what you want going into your second match with a new player like Ghosty. But it's just the small talk, the fundamentals that they were lacking, because Huke, he was slaying all around that P1, but there was no one making that call. All right, guys, we got to make sure we get towards P2. We got to get towards the back. Just that small fundamental communication just was not there in that map number 1. And that's why you see the scoreline the way that it is. Toronto Ultra, calm, cool, and collected, take the first map. Now we're going into a Fortress Search and Destroy, where I'm super excited for both of these squads, because this is one of the S&Ds where both of these teams usually find a lot of success. 3-1 for Toronto, 4-2 for OpTic. But the biggest battle that I'm really excited about is the Shotzzy versus Kleenex. 1.27 versus Shotzzy. I'm pretty sure he's like the #1 guy on this map when it comes to getting first bloods with like a 0.3. And then the opposite side for Kleenex, 1.33. So those SMGs really do set the tone. On defense, it's all about jumping into single window, just being a nuisance around that top barred area. Whoever's going to be able to win that battle is going to be able to take this map number 2.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a great, duel that you correctly pointed out there, my friend. And I think one thing, too, that a lot of people are going to look at is that, you know, we are judging these new rosters. Obviously, for Toronto Ultra, they find themselves up 1-0. They look to be in a great spot. Yeah. However, when we take a look at the bottom side of the screen in OpTic Texas, yeah, I think this is where we're really going to see the layers of this team moving forward, Jay, right? I mean, we talked about how this team could be unbelievably dominant in the hard point. Obviously, we didn't see that in game one. But Ali, you know, talked about on the desk. What is OpTic Texas's Search Destroy now going to look like with the departure of iLLeY? I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting to see. And like I said, this is going to give us a good barometer, a good idea of where this team sits and maybe the pedigree that they have as they'll be facing off against top teams all the way up into Major 3 and throughout the rest of the season. Where does their S&D go now in the departure of iLLeY?
And that's the biggest question, man, because if you think about back when OpTic Texas did have iLLeY on this roster, I'm pretty sure they won more rounds with iLLeY using a sniper than when he had a regular gun. And we saw in that last series versus LAG, we only saw a sniper at least one round and then Ghosty. He was not able to pick up a kill. And on a map like Fortress, sniper's probably not going to be that impactful. It has its opportunities, but it's more about the pressure you're able to put towards art. So the SMGs need to be playmakers. You have to make sure, at least if you're OpTic Texas, #1 at getting first bloods on this map. That's huge, because whenever you're starting around up 1-0, already in the man advantage, you just have to play your trades from that point on. But you cannot be getting first blooded on defense. You see the stats right here from Shotzzy. So far, 1.27, 0.32 in the first bloods, 14% in his opening duels. But if Shotzzy drops, especially in your defensive rounds, Toronto Ultra are stellar on their attacking.
Oh, okay. Well, we're just into this round then, aren't we? A quick little 3 nearly makes it a 4. Shotzzy's involved in the fight, and Scrappy is wondering what just happened to this round. Ladies and gentlemen, the fastest round of Fortress S&D probably all season, right there.
Oh, that was OpTic Texas, who set the tone nice and early, putting a lot of pressure over towards that street side. Win a majority of these trades, and Shotzzy finds that final kill to close out the round. And now that basically is going to change the defensive setup for Toronto. Someone has to dedicate themselves over towards street side to make sure that aggressive push doesn't happen again. But OpTic Texas, they catch them off guard, dominate in round #1, 1-0.
We'll see, man. I know we chatted about it. I think it was Miles and Chance who at Toronto's last series talked about the emphasis on first bloods for them. That was a major reason why they made the roster change for Hixie. You know, they're really, I think it's like, what, a top 4, top 5 Search Destroy team based off of record, but last in first bloods as they get delivered a haymaker there in round #1. We'll see if they can begin to answer back now on the attack. Dan Ghosty, 0-1 start. We'll see if he can get things going as it's a nice little back and forth affair between Shotzzy and Ghosty, open and closed. It is Ghosty able to get one up on the board first. Quick 3v4 now for Ultra, now making a 2v4.
Yeah, Huke's able to take down Insight. Now in a 2v4 situation. Dashy's able to pick apart Scrapz. Last player towards top single. Hixie finds one. Just going to fly out. He knows it's not an easy round to win. As OpTic Texas quickly put 2 on the board. All behind the first blood of Dan Ghosty. Once he takes down that player, you see Toronto Ultra. They change their setup. Now we have to scatter. Have to try to even up the numbers. Huke eventually picks them apart. Make it a 4v2. And then in a 2v4, you don't get that bomb down. You meet the pre-aims of Dashy. In those very final moments, OpTic Texas 2-0.
It feels like so far, man, throughout our first 2 rounds, obviously the first round was one of the fastest we've seen this year. The second one, it was just, you know, comes down to one play. It's the nice little work there from Ghosty and Shotzzy. I'm sure they've been putting in tons of reps in S&D, but these rounds just continue to fly by. This time it's Toronto who starts things off well, an early 2. Now make it 3 for them. And now, Jay, Huke's in a 1v3. That's all I got for you.
1v3. Does have that silence, but doesn't have that bomb in hand. So they decided to leave it in towards the spawn. They're going to know his positioning, but he's able to at least find a freebie in towards Scrap. Makes it a manageable play now. 1v2. You invest that dead silence. They know that Huke was still trying to play over towards Art. You have Insight watching that cross over towards B. He picks up that information. Now it's top for Hixie to turn around and just want to play the trade now.
Oh, but he doesn't see Hixie there on the horse statue. Toronto Ultra. I was going to say that 1v3, you just never really know where Huke's going to pop out from. The only thing, Jay, is that you know from Huke is he's chowing. He is going to chow you. Goes for the gunfight, and this time it is Hixie, the new addition, who's able to come through, give Toronto their first round so far.
Yeah, Toronto, they're just able to find the first 2 kills, and then at that point, you keep the 2 players that were in Art very stagnant as they were holding that single push in towards top double windows. No one decides to jump up. Both of your teammates drop in, and who tries to make a miracle happen, but eventually gets taken down. So Toronto get one on the board, and Now going to keep the same exact play going.
Oh, but Ghosty. I was going to say Ghosty. I believe that's player number 7 and Dashy. Yes, who both go for the dive. They catch a few players coming over toward the stairs. I want to say it was a utility that was tossed at Ghosty's feet. He eventually does fall. So another aggressive plan for OpTic Texas. This time it does not work out.
Does not work out. So now you have to try to clutch up 3v4 on the defensive end. Toronto Ultra still not trying to push up on this bomb plant just quite yet. They get some information that one player is going to be sitting towards open. Unfortunately, CleanX decides to shoot the trophy system. Gets some bad timing as Dashy evens up at 3.
I was going to say there for CleanX, like, I thought he maybe got cracked. Like, if he thought that was a player, but just unfortunate COD timing at its finest. Now with 3v3, the trophy has single-handedly brought OpTic Texas back to a much more manageable situation. And right now for Bruce, it's really a buildup of information. You know where Scrappy's at. You roughly know where Inside is. And really, Shotzzy, he's able to put that tack to good use. So now 2v3. aBeZy tries to distance out a few players, allows for the plant to be that much easier for the squad mate. And Huke, middle of dead silence, manages to win that fight, and it's the retake there from OpTic Texas. Trophy, though, is the MVP, Jay.
Yeah, trophy without question is the MVP. If I'm CleanX, it's either you're shooting that from art, not in the position that you were in outside of open arch. Because if you're just preying that angle, you're probably able to take down Dashy, make it a 4v2, and the round is completely different. But once he's able to take down that player, make it a 3v3, you saw Insight, he was trying to work his way up towards P1 trucks. He gets sniffed out by Shotzzy. And then in the 3v2, Huke wins a huge one-on-one with all hip fired out of the Vaznev while he was popping that dead silence. Makes it a 3v1. You get aggressive through front stage. You take down that last player, OpTic Texas. Take the round.
I'm just a little frustrated, Jay, that after a round like that, they don't do any pull-ups. You know, Florida did it versus them. No pull-ups from OpTic Texas. Nothing.
Ain't no time. Ain't no time. Ain't no working out to down. We're down 1-0. We don't got no time for working out.
What do you think could do the most pull-ups on OpTic Texas?
I think it's probably Huke. Because I remember at Boston, at Boston, I saw Huke and Shotzzy Sunday, Championship Sunday, they were going for a run. Like, bright and early when I was on my way to the venue, so they're getting active.
I like that. I don't know. I may have my money on Bruce a little bit. I don't know. I think he is called Batman after all. He's going to have some biceps in there somewhere. Regardless, though, 3-1. OpTic Texas trying to extend their advantage to Toronto Ultra. Now on the defensive side, last time it was a trophy who managed to stay today for OpTic. Will it be again? Insight eager to push on out. Manages to find Dashy for the first. However, that bomb has gotten down, and now Toronto look to take over a bit of territory.
Oh, Toronto all out towards the stage. That Shotzzy and Huke already find 2 on the round. Shotzzy gonna find another. Now it's all up to Insight in the 1v2. He has tremendous clutch ability, but with only 25 seconds left, this is difficult.
And he does know that Shotzzy didn't cross through that doorway. Tries to single out. Ghosty, not gonna happen. OpTic set the trap. Toronto had numbers for the moment. They jump on forward. They grab a bit of map positioning, but Shotzzy and co just far too talented. It's Shotzzy to start, it's Shotzzy to end. How about his performance? We saw Huke go off in the game 5. I don't know if we're going to see 14-1 levels there from the Ant-Man, but a 7-1 beginning here out of him. We talked about the questions around OpTic Texas and their search to destroy. And right now, Jay, they are looking fantastic.
Yeah, looking fantastic indeed, my friend. Obviously, Shotzzy sitting at 7-1. Just such a hard player to keep track of where he is on the map. Shoots you from one angle, and then 2 seconds later, he's totally on the opposite side of the map. But Toronto Ultra this time on their attacking round. They're going to switch up their play. Quick plant down. Now it's a 4-4 retake for OpTic.
Oh, and Shotzzy manages to find somebody. Somebody's heels just got exposed. Insight versus Shotzzy. Door's going to be closed. CleanX jumps on forward and somehow wins that gun engagement versus Huke. So OpTic now low in numbers. Shotzzy does have the overall POV to work with. That's going to be a 5-in-a-row spree for him. CleanX continues to poke away at players, and now Dashy is going to be swarmed. A decent effort, but Jay, Toronto Ultra had a plan at the start of that round. They get it done, and they make OpTic have to work.
Yeah, that's a perfect game plan right there from Ultra. Just get the bomb down as fast as you can, and then set up properly around it. As CleanX was the playmaker to make his way in towards bottom art, he finds 2 kills on towards the site and just relieves that pressure of the players from Ultra sitting back towards 18-wheeler. 4v4 retake is not successful for OpTic Texas. Toronto Ultra finally add another round to the board. Now down 4-2.
That's a little bit of a taste of what you talked about coming into this. The battle of really a few players in particular. CleanX versus Shotzzy, and right there, Tobias ends up getting dropped nice and early. The first blood battle continues to be the story. Right now, it is OpTic Texas with man count advantages, as these rounds have been absolutely lightning fast. Is it Scrappy and Hixie, longtime teammates and challengers, now left to try to clutch it up right now for the squad. Scrappy cannot clean up the kill, and now it is up to the new guy on the block, Hixie, a 1v3. Best of luck.
Yeah, Shotzzy's coming right behind him, so Shotzzy's about to be able to pick up this final kill, and it's a perfect round right there for OpTic. Complete blind counter. You saw Toronto Ultra, they were trying to take control of top stage, but they were ready for that push. You had multiple players stacked in towards Art. Then that one player in Dan Ghosty sitting towards back 18. He gets that first blood, eventually trades R bound. Then Hixie, he's the last man standing. Over towards that A bomb. Shotzzy eventually sets up the flank, and he's able to take him down. 9-2 stat line for Shotzzy. Now puts OpTic Texas at game point.
See if they can close it out here. Toronto Ultra once more on the attack. We've seen them get aggressive. We've seen them slow it down. We know when it comes to pace, this is a guy who loves to rev it up. Huke just on the other side of the door. Wait his clicks. Poke out a little too far. No, Huke, no problem. He's going to wait. Take his opportunity. However, the trades favor Toronto in that situation. Scrappy able to poke away at the nuke from afar. The same thing could be said for Ghosty as he gets caught out in no man's land. And now it is all up to Dashy, a 1v3. Technically would be for the game. We talked about pull-ups earlier. We'll see if Dashy has the strength to come away with a clutch. It would surely put the momentum in OpTic's favor.
1v3. Oh, great shots to take down inside. Makes it a 1v2. Hixie's able to get the information of where he is coming from, but now this is where you're able to invest that dead silence. Bomb has still not been planted for Toronto Ultra, so this is exactly what Dashy is looking for. His time is starting to think. He thinks that they went over towards B, but Hixie, he's just going to watch him cross for free. Now no dead silence to work with in the 2v1 retake.
Now for Dashy, I mean, you just bank on them being on the other side of the map. Now they could be pretty much anywhere. No longer be in those bushes, though. However, spots Hixie from afar. That is wonderful work out of Dashy, and he'll instantly hop on the defuse. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. It felt like the right play. Had no idea where that last player was going to be, but gets poked away there from Scrappy. And Jay, to be honest, I mean, if you're Dashy in that situation, so many players just want to roam. They're going to start to, move around. Not a bad play. It just happens to be that Scrappy was in the right place at the right time.
Oh, yeah, you just got to stick to that defuse because you have no dead silence to work with. So you don't want to put yourself in a position where Scrap is able to get a couple sound cues to know where you are coming from. Just get that first kill. Try to catch him out of positioning. But like you said, Scrap in the perfect spot to take him down. So Toronto Ultra, stay alive a little longer. Back on the defense. This time OpTic. Oh, gonna slow this one down. Great team nades coming in from Toronto to find that first blood onto Ghosty.
We'll see what they can do off of it. As we know, currently Ghosty has been the bomb carrier for OpTic Texas, so it is going to be a matter of Dashy having to pick that one up. He was trying to go for a defuse. One round to go, and now he's going to have to be on the plant. How quickly did Toronto look to aggress as Dashy has to get out of dodge? Manages to escape. The Dolphin Dive will support really his movement to get out of dodge, but right now it is Toronto continuing to come away with kills, but now it could be Huke's opportunity. One destroy. There to Kleenex. Dashy, can he win his gunfight? No. Manages to find one. The snappy plays from Huke were nice, but Ultra, too many men alive. And right now they are still very much in this game, back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, Ultra fighting, man. Great first blood with the team nade to take down Ghosty. Now in a 3v4 situation, they make it a 2v4. Shotzzy was trying to make his way out of Art. Then in the 4v2, Huke snaps. Basically hits a nice little turn on for the first kill. Dashy finds second. But then the last two players from Toronto Ultra able to take them both down. And now 2 rounds in a row from Ultra. Going into round number 10. They're going to be on the attacking side. Do they try to go for their quick plan again?
That'll be the question. And right now, Jay, I mean, all focus is on OpTic Texas right now. And there is another nade. Shotzzy dealt with. And with that being the first line, typically, of defense, that just gives Toronto a much bigger boost. Ghosty caught in the doorway. Kleenex has got to be careful. Manages to escape with 36 HP. Still alive and still able to fight. Could have been a monumental pick there for OpTic to bring it to a 3v3. However, still down in man count. Bomb's still yet to get planted.
Bomb's still yet to get planted, but Hicksy at least is able to get that information onto Huke. In towards top bar, sets up Scrapz to take him down. So now in the 4v2, look what KiSMET is doing. Already working his way through bottom mats with that dead silence pop. Gonna be able to catch one and the second kill to close out the round. 3 rounds in a row for Toronto Ultra to now take us to a round 11.
Ooh-wee, this is getting spicy. Up 5.
Ooh, baby.
We were talking about how OpTic was looking clinical. Toronto had no option, and now they have awoken. KiSMET with some fist bumps from afar, as we saw a nice little smirk on his face, and they recognize the situation that they sit in right now. No pressure on the side of Toronto Ultra as they have made the comeback, down 5-2, have forced the round 11. This is a huge round for OpTic Texas. 1 round away from going down 0-2, and you see the records there. By no means a solid spot historically for Texas this season.
Yeah, neither one of these squads got ice, is what that's telling me right there. But now into the round 11, KiSMET's able to get a lot of information that they're getting aggressive up through street side. But now you just have to be aware because Shotzzy, he's waiting for his time to strike. He's going to be that player getting first blood by KiSMET. So now in the 3v4 situation, Ultra, take your time and play your trades.
That's such a frustrating moment. They felt like they had KiSMET dead to right. Shotzzy looks to aggressive, then he falls. That could be on the Huke, and he had the snappy gunfight victory. No! That's now 2 players that have fallen for OpTic Texas. Your SMG line is down, and now it is all up to Ghosty and Dashy. Is this about to be a 5-2 collapse? 30 seconds to go. Bomb looks to get planted, and Ghosty can find the timing. Indeed, he does. And Dashy.
Oh, he finds one.
It's a 2v2, Jay.
2v2. And the bomb is not going to get planted, so now there's only 25 seconds left. One player from Toronto has to wrap back, but KiSMET invests that dead silence. He's able to spot him one-on-one, 20 seconds.
KiSMET still has to go for the bomb plant. Dashy! Oh, Dashy! He was on the stage, stinking away, but did not have enough HP. What was a 2v4 comes down to a 1-on-1. Tagged up, and Tobias gets told to fly, and indeed he does. A collapse in the search and destroy as Toronto make a heroic 5-2 comeback and now lead our series 2-0.
Oh man, what a search and destroy we had, my friend.
Bloods.
What? I'm telling you, he was taking over the game, man. It was a battle between him and Shotzzy. Shotzzy was sitting at like, what, 9-2 to start us off? 4 rounds in a row, he wasn't able to get a kill. One was a first blood to a nade. The last round right there was all on KiSMET, just getting that information. I told you it was going to be a battle between both of those stellar SMG players. It was Shotzzy that started off, but KiSMET, he's the one that is able to close it out. What a performance. 6 first bloods, 12-8 overall in the KD department as Toronto Ultra come back 4 rounds in a row to take the search and destroy 6-5 and now find themselves up 2-0 in the series.
I tell you what, Jay, one thing that really stood out to me in a few of those, final rounds, specifically the round 10 and the round 11, was Toronto Ultra's ability just to stay alive. Like, there were so many situations where they found the first blood. I guess it was KiSMET finding the first blood basically every round. And then you notice in that round 11, KiSMET, he's able to stay up. He stays alive in a situation. Shotzzy ends up revealing his spot. He gets taken down. The round prior, it felt like KiSMET was nearly taken down. Hicksy was nearly taken down. It was just Toronto's ability to stay alive, but yet to earn that information that, to me at least, felt like was one of the many catalysts that managed to bring them back. But that has got to hurt a lot. If you are OpTic Texas, you felt like you were already thinking about that control, up 5-2. Toronto Ultra comes screaming back and now have themselves a sizable lead in this series. Make sure and stay with us, folks, as we have got Hotel Control up right after this break.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Howdy friends, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Currently it is the Toronto Ultra taking on OpTic Texas, and if you are just joining us, well, you missed a breakdown. It was OpTic who were up 5-2 in that Fortress Search and Destroy. Toronto make the comeback, and now, Jay, they find themselves up 2-0, are in, without question, the best spot they potentially could be in when it comes to a 3-0. Why? Because we've got that hotel control up next, buddy.
Yeah, hotel control is Toronto Ultra's bread and butter. Overall record of sitting at 8-3, and the biggest thing that stands out for me is that usually it's all about the attacking routes on a map like hotel control, but they are the #1 defensive team on this map at 62%, and that's just the way that they're able to hold down that B point. You always have Insight, who is barely dying on this map, all the way pushed out towards bedroom, influencing those spawns to make it a lot more difficult for the opposing team. So if you are OpTic Texas, down 0-2, a tall ladder to climb. You're not out of this series yet, but it all starts with this map.
I did verify, by the way, with our stats team. Major shout out to Tim and co. But that was, I believe, tied for the record of the most first bloods in a single map by one player this season.
Oh man, no way.
As he walked away with 6, and also tied with Afro, and it appears that KiSMET is trying to bring that same level of play now into the control. So far, it's been picture perfect work out of Toronto as they continue to wipe away time over at that A zone halfway there. That second tech is forward, and they're causing problems on the other side of the map as well.
Yeah, second tick already in, but that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Now with OpTic Texas trying to put pressure over towards A. Toronto Ultra, they're going to get those close B spawns towards bedroom, trying to make their way over towards that side, but they're going to be able to get cut down, and the last player in Huke is able to take that player off of A. So A's not going to be done. Still a minute on the clock. As now you just both trying to play for a couple kills, trying to play for some map control.
A great gunfight victory from Scrappy. I mean, last time we saw him on a hotel respawn, he absolutely fried. Great work in that game 1. However, he ends up finding his pick, but eventually does get found. Now it falls on a Kleenex. He also will drop. Meanwhile, it is Toronto with those close spawns toward the top, doing a bit of damage as they've now officially secured that A zone. Another minute added onto the clock, but we'll see if Shotzzy can continue to drop away at the lives. It was Toronto who started off pretty much perfect through our first 4 engagements. From that point forward, it has been Toronto doing a good job of the objective, but Jay, OpTic Texas have turned it up in the slang.
Yeah, OpTic Texas, at least so far in this round, currently up by 3 lives, are maintaining a lot of this map control. Shotzzy should be able to get a freebie onto Hicksy. You're just influencing those spawn for Toronto Ultra. Do they decide to wrap back towards bed? Do they decide to push through the middle of the map? So they take down that player in Ghosty. Now this way you're able to hit that hop up, take control of bedroom, and allow your player in number 3 to watch that cross towards that side of the map as they're trying to set up the push from the front.
Hicksy still yet to get a kill. Want to see him get involved in the fray. I'm sure that is definitely weighing on his mind right now as Huke able to find that kill on Kleenex. He looks to make his way toward the back lines, goes for the engagement. Yeah, I'm challenging that, but Scrappy, he's the one that walks away with the gunfight victory, maybe a few extra bullets in stride. As right now for OpTic Texas, their defense continues to get peeled back. And now it's up to Ghosty, left to try to snake his way to a few gunfight victories. However, he will drop as well. Toronto continue to rush into this B zone with little to no adversity.
Oh, and the first tick is already going to be here. Now you see Huke. He has to take his time. He has to wait for his teammates to try to get into the play, but he tries to go for the challenge. He gets taken care of. Second tick is already in. OpTic Texas are nowhere close towards the point, and that's going to be Toronto Ultra with a flawless first round to this map, now up 1-0.
Scrappy just looks ticked off, man. He's like, that was a little too easy at the end. I mean, I don't know, like, we can kind of see it on the mini-map, right? OpTic Texas are in the right spots, Jay. Like, they're holding down top bedroom. They're making their way up toward the plat. A few players get dropped from there. Insight, he gets to his position where he needs to. Watch the cross. Huke gets a bit aggressive. He ends up falling. It just felt like Toronto took their time. They just never felt, even though the time continued to tick, it never felt like they were ever out of control. Whether that's really just this team in general or Hicksy's addition, they just seem to be at all lengths in a very, very calm spot. As we said, they win that hard point in commanding fashion. They've got the ice in that search and destroy. And as we do enter into a bit of a pause for a moment, as we said, for Toronto, they just always look to be in a poised fashion lately.
Yeah, and I think in that last final push right there from the Ultra, Dan Ghosty was that player that was sitting towards top bet. He was the only player on that side of the map for OpTic Texas. And instead of playing a corner, playing for a nice freebie kill, he goes for the challenge out towards back plat. And then once he gets taken down, OpTic need to try to clutch up towards double desk because they know that they're getting all those spa spawns. Ultra know where they are coming from. Just came down to the kills. Once Dan Ghosty drops, you have to find those kills. They were not able to do so, and then eventually the stack comes in for Toronto Ultra to take that round number 1. And I just think if you are OpTic Texas, you got to just take a deep breath, man. Series is far from over, but we have to have the fundamentals in play.
You definitely do, and it makes you wonder too, like, you know, after losing a 5-2 search destroy like that, you just want to get back involved in the fray. Like, I wonder for them if it's a matter of like, you know what, we allowed for that one to basically be let go. Let's just try to get back involved in slaying, and who knows, maybe from that point forward, the lack, or rather the too much aggression ends up biting them in the end. As we'll see if aggression can maybe be their friend at this point as we jump into their very first attack. Shout out to everybody for making sure this game is ready to go. Quick pause, so we're back on in it. Texas appears has their eyes on that B zone, but Scrappy is not eager to hand it away. Great work early from Toronto.
Yeah, this is a tall task, though, for OpTic Texas because Toronto, they are the #1 defensive team on this map. And it showed nice and early on that first speed push. They were able to shut that one down. Now, close spawns for OpTic over towards Kitchen. We're able to at least take down Scrap, win that gunfight towards mid connector. So now the stack is going to come in. We do have one player in Hixie, though, slowly working his way around back Kitchen, waiting for his teammates to potentially try to set up a pinch, but they're just going to try to play for these exit kills.
It just felt like right there for Toronto, like OpTic's trying to make a little bit of noise at B. Toronto ends up grabbing their position. OpTic has those close spawns, and Toronto are basically like, yeah, you're going to go and cap that point. You're not going to go anywhere else. You're going to stay right there over at that A zone. Texas obeys. And now with that, they've got themselves another minute to work with. But as they begin their efforts over toward that B zone, we'll see what they can get done. It very well could come down to Shotzzy to find some of these opening picks. Not going to check his corner, and that is a spot that Insight absolutely loves, Jay. The common denominator when it comes down to those Toronto defenses is him up there.
Oh, yeah, him in bedroom is not an easy task to take care of. He's always able to at least find one before dropping. As now Toronto Ultra, they relieve the pressure in the back of their spawn. Now they're able to control the spawns on the side of OpTic Texas, force them all to overextend through that Shandy side. Just your main focus is taking down Ghosty. Great sticky right there with that nade. Just have to hold this position down if you are Ghosty to allow your teammates to set up this pinch.
Oh, that is just not a great little angle. If you are Scrappy, he eventually does get found out, so it's a 3-for-1 trade. OpTic Texas now feel like it is time to get going, but where has CleanX gone? They've player counted, and now they're wondering, where is Tobias? Where is the Great Dane? And right there, he's able to strike. However, Dashy ends up finding 2 on his own. He's the sole man inside of the objective, and while one segment has been found that was not really what you wanted to see, you wanted to see more of those segments grabbed there from OpTic. However, not going to be done. 45 seconds now on the clock, and now this is where the issues can begin, Jay. Toronto now have their moment to set on up, and this pick early is going to be huge. Not going to find it. Huke finds the first.
That's a big kill right there from Huke. Now you're going to be able to influence that spawn for CleanX all the way towards Jules' side. So now you have double dash. You just have to worry about the pitch from bedroom. Hixie pops that dead silence, able to maintain mid-map control. Now he knows that the pressure is going to be towards double dash. He's able to find 2. CleanX finds the 3rd. Hixie finds 3. As they shut down the final push for OpTic Texas. Only one player here at least gets a close spawn towards bed. Now that's 2 dead in the feed. OpTic can still push this on.
Well, last time it was CleanX. This time could it be Insight, the long-time tenured players for Toronto, as Shotzzy, sole man on the point. He ends up...
Oh my!
It's Ghosty. CleanX is having himself a series. Ends things out on 5, and there is no time left for OpTic to jump on that zone. 2-0 in the series, and now 2-0 in the control.
And people were wondering, why did Toronto Ultra decide to make this roster change? And it's nothing towards Standy. But what Hixie is able to do for this team is now allowing CleanX to be a free roamer. CleanX is doing whatever he wants on the map. He was able to find all 4 kills on that final push for OpTic Texas. 2 towards the middle of the map, 1 with a nade, and then the last kill towards lights. Tobias is just having himself one hell of a series. The tissue is definitely an issue. She's just taking over 15 and 13, the highest engagements in the lobby. Toronto Ultra 1 round away from closing out 3-0.
And that was what some people were, curious about, Jay. Like, is HyDra being added to this team going to be good or bad? Because it pretty much elevates, as he talked about it, the other 3 players. How do you like that? By living and dying essentially by those other 3, and right now it is clearly working out quite nicely for them. On the other side, though, for OpTic Texas, boy, do they need an answer. As we said, after going down in that search destroy, coming into this control with some high hopes and already staring at an 0-2 advantage for the other direction. What can they do now on this defensive round? Potentially the final one of the game. I'm sure a 3-0 sweep would not be what they had on the cards coming into it. As Toronto now look to pivot, they've had their opportunities to take a look at B, and now it appears that A zone is about to be grabbed.
Yeah, got at least one tick over towards that B point. Now it's time to close out A. You're gonna have 2 players on this point. First segment is already gonna be done. OpTic, they're not budging. They're trying to play for the exit kills. If Shotzzy's able to find the first, so now at least puts them in the trade advantage. Shotzzy's gonna put on a lot of pressure. He eventually does get taken down though. Ultra hold down the pinch coming in from Kitchen as a second tick, and Kleenex is beaming. Like, they're not missing right now. They're not making any mistakes. A is gonna be done and dusted. Toronto up by 1 life. Extended time by a minute.
That's the scariest part. I mean, like we said, if HyDra is here to really elevate the other 3, the fundamentals have improved, and I mean, the slang is at this level. Who can stop the Toronto Ultra? By no means OpTic Texas.
Oh my!
Kleenex is finding them sprinting.
It's over.
Make it all 4, and that very well could be the game. Ghosty, the only player in ear's distance, tosses his tax, throws out his stuns, but all in desperation as it feels like this one could be over. Scrappy join alongside of Insight. They end up dropping, and so narrowly were Toronto right there from closing out this game, closing out this series. But OpTic Texas still alive and still afloat for the moment.
Yeah, OpTic Texas still fighting. Currently down by 1 life. You have bedroom control. You just got to maintain this side of the map. As Scrapz is able to take down Huke. Shotzzy at least takes 1 player down, and Dashy follows up with another. So now that's 3 dead in the feed. You're maintaining your bedroom control. Currently up by 1 life, just making it a lot more difficult for Toronto Ultra to make their decision. Do they decide to wrap back towards bed? And yes, that's exactly what they're trying to do. But OpTic, they're cutting them down.
And really, yeah, you can tell for Toronto, they're just kind of frustrated hitting those long routes. They want to try to make their way through the bedroom. Shotzzy, one of the first line of defense. He ends up getting dropped. And with that, the rest of OpTic Texas look to back on up, respecting Toronto Ultra's attacking efforts, respecting how solid they have been, especially in the clutch moments, is now once more called upon. Huke able to find one onto Kleenex. And the numbers continue to start to get lower. Ghosty now in a position.
Oh no!
He's not able to win that gunfight, and now it's on to Dashy. He drops 2. Shotzzy, the last one up toward the point. He will fall as well. And now you've got 2 members in that objective. Any kill is a huge one, and that will be game. Toronto Ultra, a 3-0. And what an impressive series it was. Full of dominance and full of comebacks. And that is a statement right there, Jay. A statement victory, considering all the criticism that Toronto have received lately. A 3-0 here versus OpTic Texas has got to feel great as they now improve their record here in the Major III Qualifiers to 2-1.
Man, what a series from Toronto Ultra. Especially the duo in Scrap and Kleenex, because they just took over in the respawns. Kleenex did it the entire series, but what they were able to do, they just had a way better game plan than OpTic Texas. Map number 1, it was all about rotations. Even when they didn't win a rotation, they found the break in like the first 10 to 15 seconds. And then in the search and destroy, that is tremendous ice, man. That is from like the old Toronto Ultra roster back in the Cold War season. When it comes to that ice, to be down 5-2, bring it back round after round. Taking down Shotzzy in the majority of those rounds is a big play because he's the guy that usually gets all the information. But they come back in that search and destroy, put all the momentum on their side, up 2-0. Then you put yourself, like you said before the map even started, Lando, in the best possible position for a 3-0 in this series, getting your best control. And they did not disappoint, man. A clean 3-0 on Hotel. Dominated on the defensive round. Did exactly what they needed to do on their attacking rounds. OpTic just simply didn't have an answer, man. They didn't wake up today. They didn't come to play today. Especially my guy Dashy. Did he have 5 kills at the end of that control, man? What are we doing out there? Oh, that's not good, man. That's not good, man. Toronto Ultra, they just came out swinging, brother.
They did indeed, and I think for OpTic Texas fans, it now gets a little bit more worrisome, right? You're coming into this series. We're talking about how it's going to be the real true test for this team. They beat LAG, but it has to go all the way to a Game 5 where Huke takes over. Then we jump into this series versus Ultra, a big barometer. Where do both of these teams sit after the roster change? And they get 3-0 to Search Destroy that they should have won, but the respawns were not close at all. That's going to do it for myself and Jay as Toronto get a massive W as questions arise across the league after a W like that one. But we now toss it over to the desk. Puckett and Co. Take it away, guys.
Toronto OpTic, we wasted the Game 5 casters on you? This was a series we all thought was going the distance. Instead, we're doubling up the score if you're Toronto Ultra over OpTic. They dominated the hard point. Game 2 was a very close comeback, but that Game 3, it was the Ultra in control. And we highlighted the moves both teams made. They had a young player stepping into both lineups. It looks like the addition of HyDra finding instant success here for Toronto.
Yeah, I kind of set it up before this match. This is kind of the decision of seeing which roster move maybe had a little bit of the edge, because the last time these two teams matched up again, it was OpTic Texas that came out on top in a 3-1 fashion, and they lost that middle control 3-1. And now we head into this series, and it's all Toronto Ultra. That hotel, they take that back, and they get that W, which they originally lost to the OpTic Texas roster. And not only did they take that W, they take it in a 250 to 124 fashion. Scrappy going 31-18, and then you move into the S&D, where I was worried about OpTic Texas losing that sniper, losing that initial pick and Illy, and what happens? A 5-2 comeback. CleanX goes 12-8, 6 first bloods to go to round 11, get the W to ice up, and then we move into that hotel control. Absolute dominance across the board from Toronto Ultra. I said, you know, if anything, maybe it's a possibility that they somehow get better at control with the addition of HyDra, and well, they take it in a dominant fashion.
Nameless, I'm watching here, and clearly I don't know the game on the same level you do as a former pro player, but do you feel OpTic was ego-chowing a little bit more than we saw Toronto? Because I was specifically dialing in with HyDra. The man seemed to be playing his life throughout this best of 5.
He definitely was. This fair assessment as well, especially when you look at that hard point. There was no rotations to be found the entire time, Chris. Unacceptable. I think when you look at this series, I got to show some love to Toronto here first and foremost. Phenomenal performance there. Scrap really setting himself apart as like that rookie of the year dominating, and HyDra coming in, solving a lot of the problems that they had. I think they wanted to get, you know, him to come in and play objective work and get bigger performances out of CleanX, out of Scrap, have more structure on the map, and we saw that. That's what led to such a big win in that hard point. But I do got to talk about OpTic here.
Okay.
Like the change, I don't agree with it now. Like, I mean, when you look at this change, though, like, and Ghosty's going to take a lot of criticism. He's going to get a ton of tweets because of this series and the 3-0 loss. The last time they played, they won 3-1, right? When you look at this series, though, like, I did not see him on rotation making the plays that they needed him to. When it gets to around 11, who's the calming voice to structure them in those moments? In control, Dashy's not, he's just getting absolutely smoked. The team chemistry is not there, right? Like, it's a risk, and I honestly, I blame, like, the management and the team for making this decision after you just got a top 4. I know it's tough. It's so fresh for you guys. I know so many people are going to be angry at me for saying this, but really, you dropped a world champion for a challenger player who might not be ready for the pressure that is the big stage.
We'll see what's going on with OpTic. This is only their second match so far, and they're currently 1-1 in our qualifiers, but this 3-0 hurts. We got to take a look at some of the moments that hurt most. This is our scuff play of the game, and they're all from Toronto's CleanX. We talked about what does HyDra do? Well, he's going to enable the other SMG. Here's the man with the Hail Mary. Round 10 opens it up with a frag grenade, and then at control, we saw this man just 3K after 3K.
Once again, it's all those first bloods that he got throughout this entire search and destroy. You're talking about 6 out of 11, 12 and 8 to finish it off. I mean, it looked too easy for CleanX.
CleanX getting the job done, and the man's doing it with the Vaznev, clutching up in that search as they come back from a 5-2 deficit to take it a 3-0 at the end of this series. We got Scrap ready, and we got to talk to the man who said, I want this guy on my side. HyDra and Scrap finding success 2 matches in a row. How we feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling great, man. You know, great addition in Charlie coming to the squad. I feel like he plays really well with Toby and lets Toby fly and do what Toby does. So it's a great addition to our team.
And to that point, who kind of made that decision? What was that like in Toronto Ultra Camp?
Oh, you know, it's just a bit of a team decision. You know, it sucks that we had to like make a roster change. It was fun playing with Eli. We had some really great ups, but we also had some low lows. So, you know, it was just something we needed to do.
Scrappy, I wanted to ask you about this series in particular. You really came out here and you were frying, right? It seemed like you had a chip on your shoulder. Did you feel like the Rookie of the Year matchup going up against Ghosty in this series, or was there an extra edge or extra fire you had going up against OpTic?
Oh, yeah, I would say probably the edge is me going against Ant, because that guy talks a lot. You know, he loves dolphin diving, but, you know, you can't just dolphin dive around this league, bro. You got to win a gunfight. And, no, there was nothing with Ghosty, bro. I knew that the guy was getting rinsed, bro. The guy defaults to the hill, and if he's not in the hill, he has no clue what's going on, so.
I want to ask about this matchup in particular. You lost to OpTic in the last meeting online. When you went to LAN, you both got 3-0'd by LA Thieves. What is it like playing against this team, and do you feel that you have a good draw against them?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I love playing them. I've got some good friends on that team, and it's all friendly banter. But, you know, we always want to beat each other. But, yeah, it's just, I don't really know, bro. Just slamming them is fun.
It looked good today. I'll let you guys go celebrate. We're excited to see you again in your third match a little bit later on this weekend.
Have a good one.
That's our man Scrapz. Congrats on the win. If you're Toronto Ultra, Hicksy now 2-0, looking pretty clean for this squad. Yeah. We got to talk a little bit about some of our sponsors and give a big shout out to our friends at Upper Deck, because they have been making everything possible for us. First, let's hit these points. Nameless, we see that Ultra squad currently 140 points. Yep. They're in our top 3. Let's look at their opponent though. OpTic still at that 6th spot with 100. Should they feel safe?
I think they should feel okay sitting at 100 points. And I mean, look at your roster, right? You're not going to be in any sort of trouble when it comes to qualifying for champs, but I would be worried about the future of this team and their performances at Major, especially from what we've just seen. Like, they really got to fix their problems.
I think at this point, for at least touching on the OpTic Texas, they just need to breathe and give themselves the opportunity to practice and succeed. I feel like the past years, they haven't given themselves the opportunity.
Give yourself a chance. And also, you got a chance right now to grow your collection. Scan that QR code and pick up our Upper Deck trading cards. The 2021 Call of Duty League players, all featured with our man Scump, featured right there. Some lucky folks out there have a signed version of that card, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, that's fire too, because now that he's retired, like, you got to get that last Scump signed card. That's lit.
Grow your online collection with that QR code. And remember, we have more matches, 2 more days after today, and still 1 more series to go. When we come back, your LA Guerrillas take the stage. Can they pull out a W here in Qualifier 3? We'll find out after this.
shadows. Ground team is mobile. Keep them covered.
Eyes watching for the opposition. How they crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. They get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any with a one out of many. Side tell it's empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
Welcome back in. It's the headquarters crew. Chris Puckett alongside Alley Cat and Nameless, and we're here for the third battle of the night. This one featuring Boston Breach taking on LAG, a rematch of a LAN match that we saw just a few weeks ago back in Boston, Alley.
Yeah, and unfortunately it did not go LAG's way. It was Boston Breach with the win in a pretty dominant fashion in a 3-0, and at that time they did have methods on the roster, but Big Wake was dropping big numbers in that series, so not looking good if you're an LAG fan.
Yeah, like a 1.54 for that three-game set. Now, though, you've got a whole squad together with a brand new fourth. Let's talk a little bit about this team with Beans. What have they shown you in the opening week, Nameless? We gave it a B as a roster move overall.
Yeah, I thought they looked pretty solid overall. I really like what we saw out of the SMGs. Nero had some crazy highlight plays. Boston was like that team that was like, you know, A tier, trying to get to the S tier. Didn't quite get there with methods on the team. They were plagued when it came to game 5s, but they were always in the mix. And now you bring in Beans, who sort of gives you a new edge when it comes to the search and destroys. So I definitely think they're a formidable team that could ascend, and this could be the series that does it for them.
We're looking at their road to the qualifier. This is a squad that's already beaten Toronto. They're 2-0, could be 3-0 if they can take down another squad wearing purple. We have the LA Guerrillas coming in with an 0-1 record, and that's because they weren't able to clutch up. They took OpTic Texas to a game 5 before Huke lit them up 14-1 in that final game. But the team was looking solid throughout that matchup.
I will say if that matchup really showed me anything, it was that what Exceed is possibly capable of in some of these series. I mean, in that map too, he was 12-7, and then moving into that Fortress game number 4 to push it to a game number 5, I mean, 32-19. So I feel like that was one of the best showings he's had thus far this year. But I will say, you know, when we talk about players to watch, it's definitely Arcitys, because he's that player, you know, he's dropped from the Atlanta FaZe, he moves to the LAG roster, things aren't working out right off the bat, he doesn't get his revenge, and he's been a pretty lights out player. He's been consistent across the board, and when it comes to LAG, it's really been that search and destroy and control for me. They've been decent at hardpoint. That unfortunately has kind of dropped during Major 2, but their search and destroy has been average at best.
Clean up your search. That's what we want to see today. And of course, I just want to see Alec having fun. When Arcity's having fun, this squad starts to drop 40s just randomly across the board. Let's see what map and mode they could pull it off on against the Boston Breach, though. We're going to start with HyDra, Hotel Asilo, Fortress Asilo. Is this a good start if you're Arcity's in the LA Guerrillas?
I don't think it's bad at all. I think we've seen LAG have some really good performances here, especially Arcity's the guy that you highlighted. He had a pop-off HyDra hardpoint we saw a couple weeks back, but then also that Asilo control, it's very good for LAG. They've won it in their last 2 matchups, and they have a lot of reps on all the maps in this series.
Ali, game super ready. So real quick, what do you got on this one?
I was just going to say they have to win that map number 1 HyDra for LAG's side of things.
Win game 1, LAG. I think you can do it, and we got our casters ready to go. Let's send it to them right now. Bryson Tunn, how does LAG score against the Breach here?
Hopefully a 3-1 or 3-2. It's been a very fast day so far with the rest of the games going on. But I think the main thing we need to concentrate on in this game is where these two teams sit on the run-up to Major number 3. LAG have been up and down, and Boston Breach have just had a roster change with Beans coming in for Methods, who retired last Major. I don't know where I'm placing them yet, Tom.
Yeah, it's difficult. Both these two teams kind of sitting in and around the middle. We are expecting a decent enough game here. I'm really curious in map number 1 especially, though. Something we talked about a lot when this new LAG team came in. We've seen of course, the Academy team come through with Arcity's, and since then Hardpoint was looking fantastic. They were 8-2 in stage 2, but ever since Major 2 started at the LAN, they are 1-6 over the last 7. They need to step it up back in Hardpoint. There was a bit of a crutch for them. If they can get these Hardpoint wins, they're grinding out series, but it has been a problem over the last few games.
At the moment, there's a bit of a water battle going on. I think Vivid hasn't seen the player behind him and will be taken down as well. And again, this is one of the things we have seen about a million times, where teams don't really be too aggressive around this P1. It's all about the positioning for P2.
Just holding down Dome. Don't get too overzealous with it. Vivid locking down mid angles as well. You're just keeping an eye on that one player who's going to be making the move for the LA Guerrillas. That's going to be aBeZy, but they're actually managing to lock down some good P1 time here. So pressure now on Boston Breach. Going to kind of have to fight your way out of this P2 area, whilst giving up a good amount of time over towards P1 as well.
He's trying to see if he can break that from the front. Not going to work out for him. And they're trying to get through Awakening here as he continues to just make sure LAG cannot convert this in a P1 to P2. But here comes the hard push. The rest of LAG looking to stack up and break this.
It's 3 through mid. Not much movement from the side of aBeZy, which I presume is going to be a pinch coming in from him as soon as the rest of the LA Guerrillas get something moving. But Beans finds the kill over towards Dome's side. But this is the moment now for Guerrillas. 2 kills make it 2 for Beans as well. Is the break going to come in here for the LAG side?
Travis Stevens found his way through as Beans will continue to rack up the kills, but realistically Boston need to get over here fast. Just waiting for the contest round the corner and guns. Beans, who keeps finding kills on a 5 streak, still can't manage to get them out of this.
Oh, the spawn's actually going to come in for LA Guerrillas over towards P3. They are considering another look at it. There was one player towards the back still alive. That's down to Beans. He finds all of those kills over towards that LAG side. They aren't able to then assert their dominance over towards P2. You can see they're already stretching themselves over towards the mid-map. Spawn towards the back, though, for LA Guerrillas because Boston pushed themselves out. Boston get P3 spawns. I don't know if that's just maybe a bit of an oversight from this side of LAG. Did they push a little bit too hard? Boston will be the ones to take advantage of that. 2 more for Beans. He's cooking so far.
It really is, and that's what we expected of him. Obviously, his debut game a few weeks ago wasn't amazing, but since then he's now 10-4. They aren't able to secure this spawn going through as LAG will manage to find the better spawn for this next hill, but they now have to fight through all the choke points.
And Boston, a really good hold percentage when it does come down to this map. They haven't been able to rack up any decent time so far. Awakening down the right, that force spree is ended. And they are now forcing LA Guerrillas to exactly where they want them with 25 seconds remaining here on P3. You want that P4 hold if you can, but to be honest, LA Guerrillas have done a really good job. They managed to be scrappy in it. They fought their way up from the back, and now because they've fought their way out, found the kills. Boston spawned behind them. It's a potential rotational win for the side of LAG here. 10 seconds to play for is all that's there for Boston. Yeah, you'll get it, but look at this rotation. LAG have got the numbers.
They're going to need the largest of wakes. He's alone and outnumbered. He's in the position he wants to be, but so many against him. Awakening has to just weather the storm, and he doesn't manage to do it. LAG are in too good of a position. Nero will find one moving through into L, but it's still a long way to go for Boston to get back into this hard point.
It's about breaking it from a couple of different angles here. Pushing towards the Rune side as Nero pushes through P2. He's actually just going to go for the mid cut and straight out to the point. Doesn't get good timing. The rest of the team not quite in sync yet. Beansico trying to find a push here as LAG will take the lead. 11-7 from Joe Deceives. Continuing kind of where he left off when we initially seen him in the CDL. Assault towards the back as well. Really good hold from LA Guerrillas. Considering it was actually Awakening in the first one there, but it was more numbers for Guerrillas, and that's what's counted this time. 20 seconds away. Over towards P4 here. And still, it just feels like both these two teams are finding relatively clean rotations. There's not a real great deal of time on the scoreboard so far.
There isn't. There looks like a little bit of a push here, just pushing out Ruins. Vivid eventually going to fall down. Joe Deceives hits it as well and keeps moving. Dead Silence still active as it will reset on that kill. And he actually waits for his team and his health before he makes this next push. Keep it on that minimap. Exceed is making a route.
That could be the pinch. Slow and steady, winning the race for LA Guerrillas. Awakening, though. Super aware of what's going on. Beans will get killed towards the back, though. Assault finds one at the front. Potential break.
They're looking for it. Here comes a squeeze. Players from LAG about to hit every single angle. One up top is going to be Assault. Looking for this one as he drops down. Eventually we'll find the player. Takes down Nero. LAG are in, but the trades aren't good enough for them to lock this completely through. Awakening now reinforcing.
Potential pinch here as well with the spawn towards the back, but of course with Exceed dying, Joe Deceives left all alone. Really nice break coming in from the side of Boston. And typically looking towards the teams in terms of breaks, it is LAG that are typically the team that will manage to find more of those. They're sitting at third at 25% break percentage. But I think that kind of shows you third with only 25% of breaks coming on through. Rotations are so crucial when it comes down to HyDra, of course. At this moment in time, Boston Breach are going to be trying to fight back over towards P1. Slight lead as we head to the second rotation of hills. Beans has started off nicely at 16-9. Needs to keep this up. 14-7 from Awakening as well. Feels like the slaying's really there for Boston, but the lead, not that much considering.
Nero is going swimming, but will he be winning? Looks for, gonna find the first as well. Looks for the second, not gonna work out for him, but Boston are in. P2 secured as well. And Arsenes has to just duck down. He's got to wait for the rest of his teammates for this. Vivid is going to try and make a play, though. Looking for them, and it's a bit of COD timing. As every single player slips, the net, but Hipfire wins!
Oh, that's tough. Vivid landing the shots. The COD gods are with him today. There's another one as well. There's another 20 seconds to potentially play for. Joe Thieves and Arsenes will answer back to that as Nero is now pushed up. That would have been a good gunfight to win because that now invites pressure. LA Guerrillas can start heading down mid-map, knowing there's only a couple of members of Boston Breach able to nullify this push. Patient player from Assault will find one towards Ruins. Pressure is on. You can already see one Boston Breach player has spawned out, but a potential pinch is set up because of it.
Awakening trying to stay alive. There is another player Ruins as well. Knows where he is, but Exceed wins the gunfight. And now LAG are pushing in numbers through Ruins, but there are so many choke points and so many irons up ready for them.
Good haul from Boston so far. It's the best kind of lead we've seen from either one of these two teams. Last time around, it was a good break from LAG towards the back, but they couldn't clear up beans over towards the dome side. You can hold it from there if you need to. The grenade's going to help out, get me some trophies. Vivid inside the point. The dome kind of saves the player on LAG. Vivid still alive and kicking, though.
Managed to make that kill at the same time, will eventually fall, but scrap time is all that's on the table. Boston Breach will have this rotation and will take a little bit of scrap time away, but this is more important. LAG rotating around, but it is going to be called out. Beans knows they're coming, but unable to win it.
Shots from Vivid, can't find the second. I want to quickly point out what we've seen there actually from the side of Boston Breach. They lose the rotation, they lose the spawns that they want to keep a hold of for P2, but because they fight so well from Dome, they just keep LA Guerrillas off. So yeah, okay, we've lost it, but we haven't lost anything ourselves. Really good push from LAG, but they get very little from it. Now over towards P3. Boston momentarily holding, spawns towards the back now for LAG. Are Boston ready?
They know it's coming. They know the pressure is still going to be here, and they want to deflect this as much as possible. Bigger best players. Exceed's going to win it. There's too many guns. Beans and Awakening making two more. But it feels like every single hardpoint is a scrap between these two teams as they refuse to relinquish any team towards them. LAG now have the badge spawn. You do not want to be here when that time is ticking down for the rotation.
So they're setting over towards, of course, P5 here, where they can cause issue, but they can also start flexing over towards the next hill. We've seen them fight for the scrap. 10 seconds is going to be good for LA Guerrillas. It's going to be about a 20-point game by the time we get over towards P4.
Well, LA Guerrillas are down but not out, but they have the unenviable task of cracking this next hardpoint. Let's find out how they are going to do it with an LA Guerrillas. Listen in.
Don't back up, don't back up. Are you going to go?
No, I'm
bottom dome. Alright, Alec, I got the dome. And on elbow, Reese. He's still there. Outer window, he's weak.
I got the ocean, guys.
Beans. Just play kills. He was right side of it.
He's P2. Right, that's you.
Hey, I'm sunning. Joe's Dashy. There's one on you. They should be blocking. I'm nading time. Did they spawn P1? Yeah, or behind you. I think behind you. Heard you.
Back out of you. Back P2 done.
Turning out. Got him, split him twice. He's still there. Mid dead. Back up. Weak again. He's let's take God. Okay, they spawn P1 back. They spawn in the back, I think they're spawning in the back.
No, I spawned in the back.
I'm turning out.
Okay, bye, Nick.
Triple and back AC. He's really weak, actually. One's mid.
Jesus Christ. Vivid, you're missing Vivid, right?
You killed that guy back AC or no? He's top AC. Alright, let's go across pool. Alright, we're good. 20 points.
You guys can go low together.
I'm gonna go river.
One's front P5.
I'll go with you, Joe. I'll go with you.
Stunning front P5.
I'm gonna nading God right now.
Bridge up.
Nading God, Joe.
Front P5. Deep banana.
I didn't hit him. I'm with you, Joe.
Absolutely front P5, nading him.
I'll see him. Back up. Check close right.
Well, nothing close right.
I think, yeah.
Yo, banana. On top of banana. Top of banana.
Nice job.
Spawn in the back. Spawn here.
Here.
I saw front door.
I don't see him.
Window, see window, guys. See window.
I'm going top.
Window,
I
kill one in the back.
Back AC now, weak. He's
I spawn back God rock.
He's back banana box right here.
I spawn back banana box.
That's up, Tommy dead.
I spawn banana again. We have to cut. He's window side time. Window.
One more in window. I got both.
Nice.
I'm looking in the back. I saw him front. I don't know where that's guys. I'm looking in the back.
Hill, absolutely. Front.
Back spawn.
I spawn on dome, guys. I'm rotating. There's guy in new. Could you? Mike, don't.
See him.
They spawn runes, guys.
Yep.
It's a long time to break, but they managed to get it here. Boston Breach have been winning these rotations, but not getting as much time as they would like out the back of them. And still, it continues to be a bit of a slugfest as we move towards P1. Joe Thieves versus Nero could be huge, and Joe Thieves wins it. So they'll be looking to lock up this P1 to P2 ton.
And you see Boston immediately heading themselves back over towards P5 and running down ruins. They want to make sure they can force the spawn for their team when they need it for P2. P2 really has been a bank up at the side of Boston Breach both times around. They've managed to lock it in. Rotations have necessarily not been their best asset, I want to say, when it has come down to HyDra. It's really been about their breaker, but aBeZy has had a good job to do here. 16 and 19 from him, rotating around. A bit of a split for Boston. P1 still 30 seconds to play for. Boston still in control of the spawns.
If he gets caught as well, he tries to challenge that P1 for the time. The thing here now for Boston is they do not want to let anyone from LAG go through. They're keeping an eye to make sure it does not happen, but trying not to give up as much time on this P1 as well. See, they're a little bit cautious. Boston Breach, Nero already heading towards the back. They know they are in a prime position to win this.
Yeah, they're in a really good spot now. That's 10 seconds of time over towards P1. That is also going to be free. And the thing is, for Beans here, he can sit and just watch the cross. He knows that they have to make that push. If they ain't pushing the hill, they're pushing through mid. They are going to push the hill in the end. It's going to be 3 players to make their way through. Vivid will get gunned. And all of a sudden, a little bit of dome control for Guerrillas. Boston Breach about 30 seconds away. Can, of course, win it here. Can they lock it down with the spawn out coming through? The pinch is potentially set up. Boston have to be patient.
Oh, Vivid's already found one, looking for the second one as well. As Nastie tries to get away with the water. It's not going to work out, and Boston Breach at 20 seconds away. Beans keeps beaming. And LAG have to move 15 seconds to get into this one. They are not close to P2 with any sort of numbers. Jonas gets gunned as well as Beams continues to hold them all at bay. And with 3 seconds left to go, LAG are not close. That is the hard point done.
Really nice win from the side of Boston Breach. And it comes down to rotations in the end. Twice they had P2, and when they are getting broken, they are keeping things scrappy. LAG did a good job of kind of holding on to the game because it always felt like Boston were the ones in control. They were always the ones slaying, and they make it count on that final rotation. Only 2 hills, of course, in that third rotation, but a really good job from Boston to lock in P2 again. It's a big game from Beans. It's a big game from Owakening. You've got to hope your ARs are getting the job done specifically on this map. You look over towards the side of LAG. They've relied on aBeZy having good games on this map. Doesn't have a fantastic game there himself. Not necessarily the only reason as to why they lost, but the AR battle for Boston Breachers well and truly won.
Yeah, I think realistically, you remember how good LAG were when this new roster formed at hardpoint. The fundamentals seem to be a little bit missing. Right, the rotations, it was basically Boston just playing it their way every single time. LAG got scrap time, and it was the reason this game may even be called close was there's a lot of split hills, but Boston started off with the advantage over and over and over again. You can't play a hard point constantly chasing your own tail.
And again, like, just to kind of go back to one of the stats I was talking about when we were initially breaking this down, as far as break percentages go, we talk about break percentage a lot in terms of like how you are managing to break a hill and then getting more points than the other team off the back of that break. That's how we break the stat down. LAG are sitting third in that break percentage in general, and we've seen a good example of that. But when it comes down to HyDra, third is only 25% of the time, which means it's all about the rotations and the hold, which Boston typically aren't great at. But in this matchup specifically, Tim, with the stats coming on through already, Boston won 8 out of those 12 rotations, and 3 of the ones that LAG managed to win themselves were P1. So that tells you the story. Boston on top of rotations time and time again. LAG, you're fighting from the back foot the entire game. Boston Breach close it out relatively comfortably.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird one, right? Because being great at breaking is a very admirable trait if you can end up taking it away from them. But the way that most teams set up a hard point is if you haven't got that last hill, you should have the next. You shouldn't be allowing teams to chain together rotations, as it will put you significantly behind. Awakening, again, as you can see there, 27 to 19, a 1.421 has been playing very, very well. And probably part of that reason is for LAG, you've got to run into those cuts to try to make those breaks.
Yeah, and well, that's where we've seen the necessarily players excelling on the side of Boston Breach. Awakening and Beans getting the job done. I mean, we've seen Beans slow down after what was a phenomenal start, but Awakening really didn't. A really, really good map, number 1, and that's a map you look towards, especially if you're LAG. When you started things up, we mentioned it before. I mean, what was 8-2 in stage 2 qualifiers for hardpoint, but ever since we actually got to the LAN, now 1-7 since that stage in hardpoint. And it's hard, isn't it? Because, like, look, if you're LAG, your hardpoint's working great. You're winning series based off that as well. If that crumbles, what's the plan next? That's when things kind of get thrown up in the air a little bit. If you're not winning your hard points, all of a sudden this team are looking towards the lower end. We know they have it in them. We still believe them to be a good team, but something in their hard point is not working right now. In that case, it was specifically rotations.
Yeah, and this kind of the thing with LAG as well. There's such a hot start when this team was formed, and we knew they had to get better at S&D because their hard point was basically untouchable. Well, the hard point hasn't really been as good for them recently. So you're asking, can they pick it up in the other game modes? Can they make themselves a force to be reckoned with, a more well-rounded team to start challenging some of the better teams in this league? They also need a little bit of points, right? They need some points to keep moving forward. We're going into Major 3, and with such a dramatic roster change that they've had, you'd hope to see more.
Let's see if they can get something done in the search and destroy here. Boston have been looking pretty hot on search so far. Beans has been getting a lot of plaudits, and rightfully so. We're big fans here, obviously, as we are. Well, I'm biased. I don't know about you. You try to hide it. I don't. I'm a big Beans fan. Let's see what he can do on Hotel Search and Destroy. Honestly, I remember the first time we cast it over, and I believe it was Cold War EU Challenger Champs, and we said, wow, who's this Beans kid? In the grand final, first time we'd seen him all season, he was frying. Search and Destroy really is one of his bread and butter moments, but it is going to be one of his teammates who gets taken down immediately. Aggressive from Joe Deceive, aggressive from LA Guerrillas.
Trying to make a little bit of a push out here as well. Nero laying down, and Joe Deceive's just keeping alive, keeping away from the grenades he needs to. With a 3v3 going on, Boston look to rotate. aBeZy, not the greatest of hard points, but can make the difference here on the S&D.
aBeZy's with information. That grenade will hurt a lot. Nero survives it. Bomb down. Can't move yet, though. aBeZy's just holding it. Nero, you keep your head down, son.
Frustration from aBeZy. Just couldn't get him, and eventually Nero will escape. aBeZy's looking for this kill. Flies around the corner, and Nero is ready for it as well. LAG, 2 versus 3. They need to retake.
I think he presumed that Nero had made a movement over towards the top bedroom side. Awakening holding the flank. Now 1 versus 2 assault. Already buttered up, and Beans will take that one. No problem at all. Good round from the Boston Breach, and unfortunate for aBeZy's there in an initial situation, and as I just mentioned, I feel like he thinks Nero's pushed top bedroom. Nero's just holding lights because he knows that he can check the bomb from there. He can rotate, he can hide almost. Catches aBeZy stomping around his spawn, and Boston Breach will take round number 1.
And it was kind of an interesting play from LAG, I think. They went very, very aggressive. Joe Deceives was playing many, many angles. But that aggression through restaurant time, I think it kind of left B a little bit more open than they were hoping for. And the fact that aBeZy, while he was in a very good position to do it, just maybe a little frustration, couldn't get Nero.
Beans will find first blood. Exceed will fall over towards the A side. So I'm curious, is Beans actually sniping? I didn't hear much gunfire going on. We'll keep an eye on it. 4 versus 3 now for the side of Boston Breach. Setup wise, not in too bad of a spot. Nero, though, could do with finding at least 1 here.
Finds the first. The second actually slowed down the chow. They're going to double chow this at some point. Then they goes out. That's going to slow them down as well. An assault will find Awakening. And they maybe think that's the play that's going to be there as Nero cleans it up. 3 there for him in that round. They thought maybe they cleared it out with a nade. We didn't check the correct name because Nero was still lurking.
Yeah, you got to call out, where's Nero? Where's Nero? And they've been saying to themselves, Vaznev, yeah, he's behind the counters. He's a slippery little snake, but he's moved himself into a better position. The unexpected one. Good job from Nero. Good job from the Boston Breach locking things down. Of course, it was Beans to open things up, but Breach looking above and beyond the better team right now.
Let's see, do LAG have anything? Can they make the adjustments necessary to get themselves back into it? Already a push coming in. And again, a little bit of a showdown in a restaurant. Nero goes out towards mid-map, but gets away with his life. A 5 streak for him, maybe a bit too confident.
He's that kind of player, though, isn't he? He's either dropping 5 and or he's 0 and 5. It's like...
It's not wrong.
He's one of those that he's either enigmatic or just playing out, maybe over-aggressive. Gets caught out by certain teams, but right now, the LA Guerrillas are just catching the hands from Nero. Dead signs popped. Play about to be made. You do have to wait for it.
Oh, he's trying to figure this one out. Does he go towards mid? Player's waiting for him. He's going to be seen, and he is going to go down. aBeZy will get the first blood. Bomb will be picked back up. Boston don't have an awful lot of time to make this play. Awakening versus Arsenis. Neither drops.
And I want to play for Boston here. There's not a lot of time. You really haven't made much of an inroad over towards where you need to be. Vivid set up over towards the B side. I wonder if he's maybe going to try and cause a distraction. He's going to get bad timing here. Joe Deceives just peeking as best as he can. Assault over towards the light side. He'll get the information. Needs to be dealt with. Boston Breach have to do something. They have to do something shortly. 10 seconds to go. You've got to get this bomb down.
What's a huge kills? How on earth have they managed to pull that out of the fire as every single member of Boston Breach will fall? And Assault relying on the luggage there in the corridor to keep him alive.
And for me, Boston just take far too long. They've got a bit of map control, but not much else. And LAG, very, very strict and regimented in where they are setting. They don't necessarily get overzealous. We've seen them in the previous defensive round get very aggressive through restaurant. This time around, they just sat back. They were chilling. No problem. Boston, you are the guys that have to make the move. And make the move too little too late is what the case was there. Well played. From the side of LA Guerrillas to get themselves back into this one. Boston were looking to stretch their legs away from the LAG side, but now all of a sudden it's looking like a B hit. Can Nero provide the heroics once again?
All about information. Trying to figure this one out. Not seen anyone yet, LAG. So, and Arsenis actually finds Awakening. First blood to LAG, and now trying to figure this out. Do we continue on? With that being popped, I think they're going for it. Joe Stevens looks like he might fly in here with the rest of his team. Already Nero's going to find another one.
He's got some backup here as well. No, Vivid is actually going to back them down. Is Nero actually going to get caught? I think they think that Nero may well have flanked them. So they just get the hell out. Beans will find one into Assault over towards A, so that shuts down that possible avenue to victory for LAG. And now it's about repositioning. Rethinking the attack. And I'm thinking I don't want to go anywhere near this kitchen when Nero's doing this.
Yeah, it's a dangerous proposition here for them. They're running out of time, LAG. They're going to have to make a move, but they're waiting for someone to be overly aggressive. Here they go. Into the kitchen. Against Nero. Joe Deceives has to make the play. He's going to be on the flank here as well. It's going to be a pinch coming through. Surely. He has a dead silence pop, and the timing might be right for him. He finds one as well. It's gone down. Vivid versus Joe Deceives. Has to fly out towards him, but no time to plant the bomb. And Beans will win that round by just not being there.
And that's fine. The guys know they can kind of commit to these fights. If you are Boston Breach, you've got Vivid. You've got Nero over there. Beans is chilling. Absolutely no need to get involved with this. As soon as Vivid kills this other player over towards it. Yeah, okay, he dies. Time on the clock. Yeah, Beans, yeah, I'm gone. I'm away. Well played from Boston. But for LAG, they were waiting for a pick that never came. They backed up from their initial good presence over towards the B site. I mean, yeah, look, we can see where everybody is, so that does help us try and make a decision on what you should and shouldn't have done. But they backed down, chose not to be aggressive onto Nero. Obviously scared of him at 6-2 right now, but Beans with the sniper out. What magic can he conjure here down over towards their side? Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out! Oh.
Everywhere it seems trying to get away with his life. They're trying to chase him down. Vivid will find first blood on Arsenis though. And now, the proposition is this. Boston have the map control. Will they get the plant down?
Where is that bomb?
Yeah, they've kept it safe.
Oh, okay, right, sorry. Yeah, I'm tripping. I didn't know where it was for a second then. They're keeping it nice and safe. It's fine. Arsenis overextended. They find the kill, and look at this positioning from Vivid. It's looking like another round over the breach.
Going to be a huge chance here if maybe they can do it. LAG, but gun by Vivid, and now a 1 versus 3 for Assault. And that bomb is going to be down. He might just play this a little bit slow and try to get a kill. This is not going to be an easy win for him at all.
Yeah, get a couple of kills on the board, maybe. Get yourself a little bit closer to a cruise missile, but just good play from Boston because of the snipe that Beans hits on. Well, Assault, who will be the last one to survive, still in the middle of a potential 1 versus 3 here. It just backs on down the LAG side. Not much they can do. Assault now, Røkkr and the hard players does spring to mind. Shots coming in, not enough time. Boston 4-1 to the good here, Bryce.
And Awakening gets him as well. No streak for the next... Well, it wasn't only a 2 streak realistically, but that's going to be reset regardless.
I was clutching at straws for them, Bryce. I'm not going to lie.
You were. You made me believe it was close, and I was like, no, he's only got 2. But this is the kind of the crazy thing that I'm dealing with here. These rounds are a little bit dicey, but I've never really felt confident in LAG. And I'm wondering whether maybe they just need to rethink some of their pushes that they're making or the way that they're setting up, because Boston Breach look very, very good.
Boston are just making their holds where they need to, finding these first picks. Not 100% on first bloods, but it definitely feels like Boston Breach are the ones first there. Exceed steps over, a little bit of a check. And do they actually get the information? Well, they will now, because Vivid's actually put some bullets into him. We'll probably have to back on down here. The stun doesn't connect, he gets out. So Boston Breach surviving here still. As LAG continue their attack.
Oh, something must have given it away. Exceed gets a hit marker, but does not chow through the doorway. LAG just being patient again. They are looking to get this bomb down, but they don't have control, and Beans is going to be taken. He's just got a shoulder, but somehow Awakening gets first blood. Exceed has shot 2 members and found nothing.
And Exceed was in he was in a really good position to do something here. He will find Nero. So the Dead Silence player working out, and I love this transition from LAG. They find a small little crack in the defense of Boston Breach and run straight through it. Bomb could be going down, but can Awakening stop it? Oh, that grenade's gonna hurt.
Bomb down. LAG are ready for it, but Arsty's on the flank there as well. And Awakening has a nightmare scenario. Nice. Breaking in the kitchen by yourself. LAG make the play. They keep their hopes alive in this S&D.
And that's the kind of momentum-gaining play you can kind of make in that situation. Things are looking really bad over at Awards. Like, nothing is going on. We're trying to find picks. We're in advanced positions. They ain't shown us a damn thing. So good patience from Boston in that scenario. But as soon as Exceed hits that Dead Silence and gets himself through mid-bar, finds himself in a good position, catches Nero off guard, who's trying to help his team out over towards A, because there's nothing going on at B. That small creak in the door that you needed. LA Guerrillas walk on through that quite happily over towards B, and it's pretty much a done and dusted round from that stage. Now, for the side of Boston, what's your plan on the attack side? Beans has got some work to do here. A couple of players pushing him, and it will be a trade, but it's a free B plant for the side of Boston Breach. This one's going to be going down. It's going to be a hard retake for LAG.
It is. I don't even think Boston really anticipated this turn. I don't think they thought nobody would be here. Now spread out towards kitchen. LAG trying to get every angle they can when they push this. Bounce over the door. Nero throwing bullets and goes for the chow as well. Dives out and gets it, and he should be weak here to assault, and he will. It goes down to a 2 versus 2. Time is ticking. If LAG don't make this push now, they may end up falling foul of the clock.
And I think they got the info that they're both back there, so Awakening can come back over towards the pantry side. The gunfight not quite going his way, but he survives crucially. 14 seconds to go. Vivid will find one. It's just not doable for Assault now. 8 seconds, and surely Awakening, we'll just check it now. No problem. He finds him as well. The quick as he takes him down. Boston Breach another round on the board.
And I said, I could see it coming. If you don't get out in there and make the trades early, the players will get out of it. And it was a very small margin as well. I think Awakening just got away with his life by tiny margin. And realistically, LAG, they were a bit worried about exactly where those players were going to be. Boston, when that bomb went down, had time because LAG was still coming across the map.
Yeah, that 1-2 at the end. Awakening is one of the players I would not want to be hit in the face by. Those are some meaty hands, Brycey.
Very true, but I'll tell you something even more impressive. So this could be a 2-0 to Boston Breach. And Beans tries to get it, and he will fall as well. The sniper not working out for him. Cover deceptive in top bedroom. It's only glass.
And that was actually Vazdev coming through from Joe to Thieves all the way back part, the top bedroom, through the curtains as well. Dead Silence play made from Vivid. Is he going to get the timing? Yes, he is. Assault caught with his pants down. 3 versus 2 now.
Can they get them out? They have the numbers here. Boston. But he's going to find it, bring it back to a 2 versus 2. Huge play from him in the end. And Joe Thieves will take off the ankle of Nero. And Vivid is alone and outnumbered. They will not show themselves. They will just shoulder this bomb. They will check it at the time they need to. And he won't be able to get it. Jealousies will not give him the pleasure of a kill there to make it easy for him. Flies out towards it. Not going to get it either. Great play by LAG.
Wonderful play by LAG. And it's just the reflank that comes from Exceed that gets them the round, and then, yeah, he's chilling on the couches, feet are up. No problem. LAG very much back into this one. It's not done yet. Boston have looked great in the search and destroy, but as soon as that first kill's found onto Beans, that presence of anybody over towards that A side, he's momentarily been playing it on his own for, I want to say, pretty much the majority of the game. They find that they can then make the push. Boston Breacher not in a great spot. Still 3 rounds for LA Guerrillas to try and bring this one back. A 5-2 comeback's already happened today. Pricey in search and destroy. Can we see another one?
Now, how do Boston play this? At the moment, they are all over the map. Maybe trying to look for a first blood to dictate the rest of it. LAG are just holding. Who blinks first?
Nobody yet. Only Guerrillas tentatively feeling their way around the map, as is Beans. A couple of the players going to be hit bottom bedroom. That's a lot of bullets going through to Assault. Eventually we'll finish him off. Trophy down. Bomb about to follow it as well, you would imagine. Nero will get this one down. Yeah, and look at where Vivid is as well. He's just going to hit straight over top Catwalk. And imagine he'll have Dead Silence. Exceed is choosing not to go behind him. He'll go through mid-map. This should be a Boston round. It should be a Boston map.
Is there any magic for LAG? They now have to make the push. Vivid has already found one. It's a 2 versus 4 with Bomb down, and Beans finds another. And it's going to be done. Realistically, LAG, they stacked bottom lights. They had 2 players, one laying down and one standing up. But Beans found an elbow. And that elbow spawned disaster. As they go 2-0 after this series.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, he just spat on Osities to finish the game as well, Vivid. Nicely done. And Boston, I mean, based on what we see in the first 2 series, Pricey, this one's over in about 25 minutes. Boston looking great. Comfortable map 1, comfortable map 2. Just a normal Friday.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a fast day. Whether or not it finishes in control, we'll have to find out. But realistically, Boston have looked the more competent team moving forward. I think LAG have had flashes of brilliance and had opportunities to do the work. But if you go back to the hard point, Boston were playing the fundamentals well. And I think you could say the same for the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I think, you know, they're just playing very patiently on the defenses. I think having the ability of Beans to be able to play so well over towards that A side allows the rest of the team to kind of do what they want to do. Hotel S&D is looking very strong from the Boston Breach. I don't think we'll see that too much though, because I honestly agree with you what you said there in terms of the fundamentals of Search and Destroy. They played them so well there. LAG just couldn't catch a break. They weren't being given anything by Boston, and that was the same in map number 1. No rotations, no inkling to a round in the Search and Destroy. Good job from Boston so far.
Yeah, it really has been. And for LAG, it's all about regaining. And that's what we kind of spoke about coming into this, right, as well. Like, where do we stack these 2 teams up against each other moving forward? Well, at the moment, Boston seem like they're a little bit of a leap ahead of LAG, but we have more of this series to play. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
See one corner, bomb point. Sure.
That's 8, dude.
You spotted his cam. Watch his cam.
Oh. No. Who was that?
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. I was leading in there. I was very, very enthralled by that. That is the reactions from Boston Breach after the turn on that last game.
Yeah, I think Beans is kind of alongside of all. So we missed it, obviously, in game, didn't see it till the kill cam, but there's the reaction from the Boston Breach side, who've got to be feeling really good. 2-0 up in this series. Both maps have been relatively comfortable. Not a lot to write home about if you're an LAG fan at this stage. Map 3 coming up, Control on LSC. Look, it might well be something going their way, but hey, look, it's not looking great so far. It ain't looking pretty.
It certainly isn't. LAG need a full regain. Some light in the statistics for the Control. They have been pretty good recently.
Yeah, 3 of their last 4 have went their way after going 0-5 in stage 2. So Control has really improved, but their hardpoint has suffered. It's kind of a mirror matchup of what's been going on with the side of Florida. You know, their hardpoint's getting better, S&D's getting worse. It's what you've been relying on. You're trying to change up things. Maybe it's just practice and things will start to piece together for the side of LAG, but they need to start piecing together pretty quickly here. But looking over towards the side of Boston Breach, one of the main standout points is Awakening. A 1.51 on average on this map is pretty bizarre. That's just the kind of numbers we come to expect from him. Can he continue to do so here against LAG, who, as mentioned, have a pretty decent record as of recent in Control?
Yeah, and the fist bumps are in for both teams. They're getting ready to load into this map. Is there a sweep in the air? Or will it be another day of 3-0? We've had a few in recent memory, including Major II. We had an entire day of it, so we'll see what happens as we move forward, Tom.
There we go. Look at that. First in overall KD, first in attacking KD, and third in defensive. It's not so bad. Awakening likes himself some LSC control. Quick crash will load things back up once again and get into things, but Awakening is definitely going to be a threat. He was in map number 1. The AR battle has really been won by the side of Boston Breach throughout this entire game. I'm thinking of these rotations where Awakening and Beans have been locking things down on HyDra. Look over towards the S&D. It really was Beans a lot of good work over towards that bedroom side with Nero and Co causing issue on other sides of the map. So ARs to LA Guerrillas to 0. And you go over towards LSC. Yeah, okay, the defensive side of things is where those ARs are obviously going to have to be very, very strong with locking down some of these lanes. And curious to see how the SMGs are really going to get on for the side of LA Guerrillas as well. Can Joe Thieves and Co start to break the lines in the middle of the map? I'm thinking about pushing down through barrels, getting up close and personal to some of these very, very solid assault rifle players on the side of Boston Breach who have been excelling so far in the series.
Yeah, and that's the key. One of the kind of the crazy things I've been thinking about really with these teams is just where do Boston Breach sit for you now that they've got Beans? Now here's the crazy thing, right? Because it's been a bit difficult to figure out because Beans didn't have a good first series, and obviously they had one of the most favorite players in the CDL, Methods, departing in a retirement at the major. Beans coming in a replacement was always going to be difficult, but since that first game he has looked very, very good. High engagement, good kind of KD ratios. Is he what they need to push them towards the top 3?
Well, I mean, we were kind of having this conversation, you know, as soon as Methods retired, we were kind of all talking about, and a couple of drinks and stuff, some food after the event, and having a little chat about it. Is Beans going to be one of those guys who really will slot into that role? And, you know, talking to a couple of guys who had watched over him in challenges so far this year as well, they were sort of saying, hey, look, we're not too sure he's going to excel in the way that a lot of people think that he could possibly do so. He's not going to come in and set the world on fire, but looking at the stats on your screen right now, that is solid. And considering, basically, I know this is obviously over quite a small sample size, but considering how bad his first game really was, things are looking pretty good here. This is not too bad. He's not necessarily going to be one of these guys who's putting up ridiculous numbers, but I don't feel as if he's going to put up many games like his first one over his career based on what we've seen on the bounce back from him over these last 2 series since then. Things are looking pretty good for Boston Beans. So good so far. Consistently solid is what we're getting over the last 2 games.
Yeah, and that's maybe why we're trying to figure out where Boston sit, right? As we want to see where he settles into. He's had a bad game, he's had some good games. We'll figure this out as we go towards the major. The major will be a big telling point for this Boston team, how well they perform, because they didn't perform at their own major. On the other side of it, though, let's talk a little bit about LAG. Fortunes are not favouring them. 50 points in the CDL standings, even with the majority of their roster having been replaced. And they've been looking to maybe try and find more consistency in their gameplay. After having a great hardpoint start, it hasn't really blown anyone away.
Yeah, their hardpoint was looking incredible. So good, as mentioned, before we got to the Boston Major, with 8-2 on hardpoint during the qualifying. They've lost their last 5. That's a very, very quick turn in events, and then all of a sudden you look at this series. All right, you 1-1 going into control, where control's getting better for you as well. Yeah, great. You've got good potential to get something going if your hardpoint was in line of where it was previously, and by no means was HyDra a bad map for them either. They were setting a 3-1 on that's a pretty solid outlay for them. Yes, okay, the majority of the game's pretty close. On an average scoreline, they're only winning it by around 20 or so. Obviously, that will change now after the game against Boston. But close games is something they have been sort of pulling out the bag. We haven't seen aBeZy from them in quite some time either. Can't specifically remember in terms of how the Vetoes went on this one, but I don't know if teams have just figured them out. I don't know if they've just got to the stage where, okay, we know what these guys are doing. They're quite fast and frantic. I would even go as far as saying it's stage 1. A lot of people were calling the LA Guerrillas Academy team the best hardpoint in the game. We've seen them the very first game on main stage. They went up there, they beat FaZe. Okay, maybe not the best hardpoint team in the game, but one of the best teams in the game, full stop. And they went and told them a lesson on that aBeZy. And ever since then, games have just started to get a little bit closer. And as mentioned, now on a 5-loss spree on what is your so-called best mode, things need to be figured out pretty quickly from the LA Guerrillas team, because all of a sudden you're not using those potential guaranteed hardpoint map wins. You're not getting anywhere in any series. Boston Breach, though, nice and consistent at the moment, looking to pull LA Guerrillas to bed here. But one thing that has improved with Guerrillas is their control. Can they show us that here in map number 3?
Well, they really do need to find a different gear. Sorry about the delay, but we are ready for this control now. Will this be the end or just the beginning? Technically, this is the best of 5. Can end right here for Boston Breach if they can find it. And it has to be said, it is good news for LAG having been better in control recently. That was a significant weakness, actually, for them to kind of deal with earlier on. I remember talking to the coaching staff, and they were saying, yeah, we're playing it completely wrong. We'll have to get back and figure it out. So it's good to see they've put the work in.
And one thing that was really bad for them was their slaying ability. They were getting blown out in the water by teams. Maybe over challenging things, maybe challenging the wrong things. Let's see how they play this one, though. Are they going to get aggressive through the middle of the map? They are. Nero will clean up the first kill for Boston, as Beans does fall. Goes Boston on the attack, first round out. And what's the opportunity here for Boston? Maybe a push over towards B. Look at all these players setting up towards blue for Boston. Looking to try and find a pick downfield.
Nero's trying to figure out where anybody is that can deflect it. He's waiting desperately for his teammates to make a few kills.
It's so loud.
He really is, but he's not found anyone yet. He's going to jump on it. Should stop the clock for him as well. They're going for a big B push, but already going to go down. Teammates trying to reinforce, but that trophy down as well. They're going to have a little bit of an opportunity, Boston, to at least get the first tick.
Now I'm going to lock that in. Awakening. Very, very stunned, and LA Guerrillas have answered the call very, very nicely. There's 2 kills around my least favorite gunfight over towards the railings on the entire game. This is a good opportunity for Boston here. They haven't let up with their pressure over field side. And look at this pressure now coming in. Good shots from Vivid, enough to back down one of the players on the side of LA Guerrillas, who are still in that top control. You need your SMG to get up there if you're Boston, but still pressure being put onto the side of LAG here.
It's been a bit of a kind of a weird push here from Boston. Just doing it very, very slowly. Looking for that second tick as he flies out. Did he get it? No, didn't get the second tick. I thought they would have. Vivid should be able to complete this.
Yeah,
Boston are playing this in fits and starts, but it's working for them.
It is working for them. Arcity started that off 5-0. Assault will eventually clear his lines. As Thieves pushes up, and this is what SMG should be doing. Pushing down that B alley, pushing into top green, just causing havoc. Beans to say, yeah, okay, well, let's deal with them at a later date, and continues to push over towards B. The pressure from Boston has not been unrelenting. It's just been quietly constant. Just a steady stream of players over towards B, chipping away at it. And they have chipped away at it just about enough. That is B over towards the Boston Breach. An extra minute on the clock, a minute and 20 to now secure it.
And Boston getting the kills in as well. They are looking to lock this one down, but Assault's going to be here, looking for this player he knows is going to be in the position as well. That first hit goes through. Body's going in, and Vivid will be taken out. A little bit of a breather here for LAG.
Yeah, they're really important kills, and as soon as Joe Thieves dies on the flank there, it looked very, very dangerous, but the players coming up off respawn just about find these kills for the side of the LA Guerrillas. Oh, some may have got some bad timing here. Shots in from Beans are not good enough. Will get cleaned up. Boston with another opportunity, and again, LA Guerrillas shut it down.
The clock has been stopped. Boston have a player in, and that's actually more important now than getting enough here and getting all the kills. Exceed, looking to fly out, doesn't see the player, bangs the door open, still waiting for it, and he's going to be cleaned up as well. But it will be LAG who come through with the kills to stop that second tick. The most important thing they could do.
Now in a really good spot to close the round out. But for Boston Breach, yes, okay, 6 lives on the clock. It's one good break. Control is not done until it is really well and truly done. Nero very loud, pushing through the middle, Awakening there for the cover. Exceed on his way over, can't find the kill. Is that maybe the potential opening break here for the side of Boston Breach?
And they found it. They found something. Joe Thieves looking to stop them. Can he get it going?
Oh,
Vivid guns him. That is unbelievable. And now they're in here. This last tick is coming through. LAG are not close enough, and Boston win it with no lives to spare.
Well played from Boston. One opportunity is all it takes. But honestly, I think for me, what I really loved about that was their push towards B. We see off the rip, a lot of teams will push players through the bottom of bar and then push around the outside because A, it's not easy to get, but it is the easier of the two. They set up 3 what looked like AR players based on where they were sitting back towards the blue side, waiting for the LA Guerrillas to maybe overcommit to that. They find the kills, they then push forward, and I said they just never let up on that little bit of pressure over towards B. LA Guerrillas couldn't get that pressure away from themselves, and all of a sudden, B is gone. And it's one good break over towards it. Big gunfight wins coming in from Vivid. Now the defensive turn to the side of Boston Breach. What the hell is this gunfight? I wonder replay. How's that happened?
Well, Nero's on a 4 streak in some of the craziest fighting we've ever seen in the middle of the map. LAG are forced back towards their spawn. 57 seconds to find a push somewhere on this map.
And they got a bit of pressure over towards Small, over towards the B side here. Bryce, a couple of kills will help them on their way. That's big.
Nero probably playing for a streak now as well. Only one player left alive from LAG in position to do anything. It's Joe Thieves. He'll be trying to find something on it as well. He's found Vivid. He's keeping that door open for them.
And Nero with his dead silence just being a nuisance. Bottom bar, top green, could be anywhere. But just know he is going to be on the flank. You have to clear them out of your LA Guerrillas here, because as soon as the move is made over towards B, as soon as the call is made from Boston Breach, Nero will jump into action, but I don't think he's going to need to. Boston clear them out over towards B. Now Nero can be the spear, or the tip of it, I should say, for Boston now. There's another one. This is looking like a defensive round over the boards. Boston, they have touched A. That's them gone. All very much dead. Dominant for Boston.
Yeah, it's really not pretty for LAG. I think they've had 5 kills that entire control round. And now they have to deal with a very, very confident Boston. Nero's on his streak. He has the cruise missile ready to come in when they need it. And for LAG, this would be the mother of all regains.
The ultimate turnaround is very much needed. That was very one-sided. Nero just does such a good job. For all you rank player grinders, that's what you're going to be doing as an SMG. I play with some guys who always complain to me, what do I do with the SMG when it comes down to LSE? Well, you get in the green when you're on defensive side, then just cause havoc. 8 spree for him. You don't even need to necessarily find kills. Just shoot them in the back, run away. Yeah, if you can't finish it because you got a Vaznev, is what it is. Just do your job in this kind of area. Make it 9 for Nero.
Still staying alive. Still being patient. Smashed the door. It was a player above him, and I think he knows it as well. He's going to go for the gunfight, and Nero tries to continue his streak, eventually getting a little bit more damage onto him as well. Will they eventually shut him down? He's been alive for so long.
And Vivid putting the pressure on over towards B. Boston 2-0 up in the series, 2-0 up in the control. The comms are going to be flowing nice and sexy. Let's listen in on the Boston Breach.
Goes at him in number 1. Nice. Try sec. I'm gonna streak. Let me know where he's entering.
I'm gonna streak. He is... Actually, I don't see him. Okay, plant. There's 4 plant. Holy fuck. There's 4.
They're gonna go to mid.
Alright, one. On the right steps.
I'm on A.
I'm going top mid fast.
Yo, let's push you to right.
Go top mid.
He's just staying on our A arch. Alright, Exceed is the furthest guy pushed up. He's on our A arch.
No one tower.
A arch.
What's he fast?
Yo,
Exceed is
oh,
do we rock. Exceed, still there.
I'm going around you.
Hug it on wall.
We have a minute and a half.
Left.
See, tugging on wall.
Shot, bro. One side deep.
You should go from... I'm with you, dog.
Okay. He's to our wall. He's our arch. Yo, absolute.
I want this one.
I'm on pinch now.
They're the rerock.
I'll see them. They're rock.
And they're top their mid.
I have middle.
He's third girl. Try to get a point.
I have middle.
Come on.
Let's see the rock.
No, he's dead. Lost guy's rock.
And Boston Breach can't believe how easily they've got beat and are now moving on the way. That second tick is here. Nero gets another kill as he's on to his second streak of this game. A 4th kill for Nero. And eventually he gets shut down. Exceed finds his way into the dying seconds. And as Soul gets it, it's just Awakening left at this point. But the stuns rain onto him. And LAG hold off. But the margin is tiny.
Oh, I was about to say that was a momentary 4 down, but Beans is still here. Alive and kicking. Just after respawn, the shots are crispy as ever. Nero will find one in mid though, and this may well be the final dagger. Joe deceives, no. Not letting it happen just yet. But Boston, prime position. It's 1 tick over towards A. It's 1 flurry of kills. I mean, if they knew it, they could have kind of just jumped this and probably ended now.
So takes a couple of bullets. Maybe thinks about challenging, has to back off, but already it's ticking. Joseph's goes for it. They have to go. LAG, where are you? You have to move. They're falling. The dominoes. Exceed dives in and down he goes. And that is done. It does not end with a bang, but with a whimper for LAG. There is no regain. There is no light at the end of the tunnel. It's a 3-0. And who would have thought the best game of the day would be Ravens versus FaZe?
As far as competitiveness, yeah. You expecting this one to be tight. You're expecting the previous one to be a lot tighter than it was as well. Boston Breach. I feel like it's a real good win for them though. The hard point comfortable and convincing. Search and destroy. Barely a scratch on them. And control. I mean, they just spat on. That was far too easy. Far too easy for Boston Breach. That was LAG of old in control. Slaying-wise, didn't even need to be there. Boston made the kills where they needed to. They locked it down when they needed to. LAG didn't get a sniff on the attack. And Boston ran through them when they turned onto the attack themselves. A very, very nice win for Boston, which will give them confidence heading into the rest of their games.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how it ended up going. Realistically, it just didn't feel like a fight towards the end of it. If anything, the series got more one-sided as it continued. Boston 250 to 188, then 6-3, then 3-0. Boston have gone up in my estimations. Tan, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite refreshed because it's only 11:30, mate, and we finished the day. I don't know what's going on. All these teams deciding, yeah, okay, we'll get Friday over and done with. Let's bring the heat on Saturday and Sunday. But yeah, look, Boston looked really good. I thought the AR performance was great. And then when they needed to be, the SMGs are very much there. Vivid just chipping in, Nero doing what he does best. That is as comfortable as Boston Breach have looked since Beans came in.
It really is. Well, that game was pretty quick, but we're going to go over to our desk to see how they break it down.
Even faster. No, ridiculous stuff here. Thank you, Pricey and Tun. Is it just me, or does Tun get more and more Scottish as the season goes on?
He does. As series go on.
I really enjoy it, Tun. Please keep it up. Boston is saying please keep it up as well, as they are now on a 3-0 run here in our Major III qualifiers. They've got a 3-2 over London. They've got a 3-1 over Toronto. Now you've got a 3-0 added to your record. And Nameless, I asked you this question in the green room. Is it time to give up on LAG? Because you took this team again in your predictions.
I don't know if it's time. I really like this roster. I do think they have a ton to work on here, but this series in particular, and Ali highlighted it before it started, that HyDra map 1 was so important. We saw it was a nail-biter down to the wire over at that P1. RCs gets a massive 2-piece. They had to start securing that rotation. Just make a mistake there, it snowballs into the next 2 maps. But yeah, man, it might be time, Chris. It might be time.
And to that point, I mean, talking about the HyDra, obviously it was their best opportunity, but we're also talking about LAG, one of the worst rotating teams in the league, and that was really put on display there in that HyDra. They never were early on that rotation to the P2. I think those were the money hills that really solidified Boston Breach's win.
The moment for me, though, had to be the 360 kill cam. And we had the best reaction in Call of Duty history. The Reactor joins us live as Beans is back on the show. How we doing, Beans? A third win since you've joined this lineup.
Yeah, not bad. It's a good start. Could be better. We dropped some maps here and there, but I mean, can't really ask much more.
Now, after your final play in Search and Destroy, we saw some reactions. A little bit of this. It smells, waving it off. We also saw you rolling a camera. What was it like, though, live in the room? What was Vivid saying to the rest of the crew?
I mean, you know, it was 4v1, I think it was, the clutch, something like that. And we were just, you know, playing the round out. And I hear, oh, cat, you know, he's pushing up. I'm thinking, oh, he's dead. Okay, so let's play it nice. And then I just hear a roar behind me, an absolute roar. And then he's like, watch it. And then the kill cam wasn't running. So I was doing the roll the tape. I want to see this. And luckily it came up, and yeah, he's blown him away and left a bit of a little doo-doo in his pants, I think.
Jeez. All right. Beans, congratulations and a great win out of you guys at 3-0. You guys went 3-2, 3-1, now 3-0. 3-0 in the qualifiers so far. Looking fantastic. I'm so happy that we got to see you in Respawn today because, I mean, it was quite the blowout. 29-23 in that HyDra. Clearly comfortable on the map, which is what Boston Breach needed because they were struggling in their HyDra hardpoints. Now that you've gotten some practice, some reps, what has it been like for you playing with some of these players? And have you kind of tried to speak up in comms a bit more? Or are you kind of letting Reese take the reins here?
It's been really good. Obviously, scrims have been going really well. I think quite a few teams have said that. Scrims have been going really, really nice. I think they were going well before, even with Zin, but going even better now, so that's good. Obviously, our HyDra's got a lot better. I think Zin hated that map, so you know, I do like that map, so it's good. And yeah, I mean, I've tried to help the comm as much as I can. I'm quite a vocal player. I know I'm not like not quiet. I call out a lot. I try and direct them as much as I can. Help Reese out. Reese is, you know, the main guy most of the time doing the stuff. But yeah, I do my bit here and there, try and help, and yeah. Good.
Beans, you guys have looked really good in Search and Destroy in the last couple outings. Game mode that hasn't been that great for Boston Breach throughout the season. What are you looking to add? What have you added to the team, and what are you looking to add on top of that in the future for them?
I think obviously I had, you know, everyone knows the sniper element is also is always really good because it just adds an extra layer of COD in the round. You know, you got to be scared of that one-hit kill. Can come from anywhere. I'm not a stationary sniper player. I'm not like I'll go to one spot, sit there and hold the angle. You know, I could be anywhere. You know, so that's why I think it catches people off guard. They don't like it. But yeah, I know when to put it out. Know when to put it away. Sometimes people like to keep it out for too long, and you know, just mix around. And actually, it's been looking really good. So hopefully, it continues like that.
I want to ask one more question as well. So your AR duo on the team is Big Wake. How's that relationship been so far between you two, talking about the game, whether it's where to be in certain areas on the map when it comes to the respawn?
Have you been able to make him smile? He's always stone-faced.
Yeah. No, I've always got Joe chuckling. I've always he's my new duo now. So we've got the Big Wake Beans duo. So yeah, I mean. He's more on the quiet side of a character, even in game somewhat. But you know, he always pulls his weight in game. Obviously, he's incredible. And yeah, his comms are all really good all the time. And so yeah, we just work together on the map well. I think it's a good dynamic.
Beans, final question for you. You're 3-0 right now. Even if you drop your next 2 games, you're probably good for a top 8 spot going into Texas. So what teams do you hope to draw on your side of the bracket? Are there any squads you feel you match up well against?
Anyone, honestly. There's not one team I'm scared of in this league. To me, they're all just another game. They're all the same. Obviously, I want to win that rematch with Toronto. I mean, I was sitting back relaxing in the online one. I want to actually do something on LAN and smoke him again, hopefully. Get my hands on Scrappy again, because that was a little bit too swift for my liking. Hopefully he can make it closer this time. And yeah, you know, any team, FaZe, OpTic, anyone, everyone wants all the smoke, so.
I've loved Scrappy since day one in this league. Same thing goes for Beans. Thanks for joining us again tonight, bud.
Appreciate it very much.
That is Beans, the new trash talker for Boston. He says, you know, it gives him a mental edge. It hypes up the rest of the team. And since he's joined, this squad is looking dangerous. 3-0. Let's take a look, though, at the scuff play of the game because it comes from his teammate. Beans had the reaction, but it was vivid with the play.
Yeah, it's a FaZe world. We're all just living in it. This is disgusting when we get to that turn on. But I feel like Vivid's been looking a lot more comfortable in Search and Destroy as well. From what small sample size that we have gotten from the Boston Breach.
Oh, no!
Oh, God. That reaction time was
I will say sometimes on the rails you lose aim assist. Vivid did not lose any right there. He was beaming that game.
The reactions from Beans, the best moment of the day for me and your scuff play of the game. What an epic day. Boston walks away with a 3-0, but so do two other squads. And it all started with Atlanta FaZe taking on the number 12 seed in the London Royal Ravens. And you heard the casters memeing about it. This was actually the tightest match on the day despite a 3-0 finish. London came up to play, but Atlanta just too clutch.
I loved what was touched on earlier where I see that this was the closest matchup of the day. That doesn't make any sense because it was the 12 seed going up against the first seed. But I bet everybody's predictions were at least 1-on-1 when it came to this one. I mean, it seemed like pretty quick work from the Atlanta FaZe, to be honest. The hard point got a little mixy there in the end, unfortunately, for the side of London. I will say, though, to that point, they looked better across the board. I feel like we saw a different Nastie today that maybe we're not used to seeing. We saw Paul running the Vaznev, so at least they're trying new looks, and they're trying to push it to the limit to a team like Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, I actually kind of like what I saw from the London Royal Ravens today. I like the idea of switching Paul and Nastie. I think it worked out really well on the hard point. And then the Search and Destroy, that was the best approach we've seen to a CeeLo. I think a lot of teams are going to look at that map, go over the VOD, and readjust their play when they go against it.
Just don't watch this round 11. A 1v3 for aBeZy is what really sealed the deal as FaZe cruised then to a 3-0 finish. Our second match of the day, we expected to be a banger. Ultra coming in with Hixie in his second match. OpTic showcasing Ghosty in their match number 2. Today, though, this was a hot 3-0, and the games weren't even close. Toronto doubling up the score in hardpoint, putting a final 3-0 on the board when it came to control.
This is the one series I expected to go the distance. You know, I called it, and maybe it would be a 3-2 either way. And the fact that it went 3-0 that it did, I mean, props to Toronto. It was a clean series overall, but no rotations out of OpTic. I mean, letting a team 5-2 come back on you on Fortress S&D, and then the Hotel. You're supposed to be one of the better controlled teams to not even take a defense or an offense to get 3-0'd. I mean, just unfortunate from the side of OpTic Texas.
Nameless, I just want to know as a player, what are the emotions right now for both teams? Because I felt like there was a lot of pressure on both squads coming into this. The fans were definitely dialed in.
Yeah, I think for the Toronto Ultra, they're like, okay, we made the right move. It's sort of like validation for everything that you've been going through. And now you can sort of take that going into the rest of this major. And then for OpTic Texas, question marks across the board. You're starting to question whether your approach to the game is right, whether dropping your coach was the right decision, or whether picking up Ghosty was the right decision. Then on the flip side of that, Ghosty as well, like wondering if he's what he needs to be for this roster. So I think OpTic are in turmoil right now.
And you saw some highlights there from Boston at the end. They get their edge over LAG and now sit on top of the totem pole at 3-0. Subliners, though, at 2-0. Ultra at 2-1. And those two teams match up tomorrow at 3 o'clock Eastern.
Anger.
You know it's going to be a good one. Ali, as we take a look at the points, though, we should remind everybody, the whole season, what are you playing for? Top 8 to get to champs.
Top 8 to get into the champs, and that cutoff point is starting to get further and further out of reach for some of these teams. I'm looking at you, Florida. I'm looking at you, London, and I'm looking at you, LAG. And I'm a little worried if you're those teams sitting in that 7th to 8th spot because Vegas Legion is looking better. OpTic Texas is unfortunately not winning some of these matchups that they should, and the Boston Breach move themselves to that left side of the column.
Yeah, OpTic is now on the right at number 7. Breach have the advantage right now in the number 6 spot, but it all changes as more scores come in tomorrow. It starts at 3 p.m. with the Subliners taking on the Ultra. We'll see the Surge taking on a resurging LA Thieves. Breach face off against a struggling Florida Mutineers, and we'll have Vegas take on Atlanta FaZe. Let's get final thoughts here, because day 1 was pretty short. I want to move us already to day 2. Ali, what matchup could actually show us a second hard point?
A second hard point?
A game 4.
Seattle LA Thieves for sure.
Seattle LA Thieves, what are you looking forward to, Nameless?
Oh, man, I want to see if, like, some players are still hopping in ranked. If they're, like, not.
Well, I know you're ready to cook some ranked players right now. Any words for people that might be challenging you tonight? I know both of you are streaming.
Don't hack, please.
Don't hack. Twitch.tv/nameless, Twitch.tv/alleycat. We'll see you here, Twitch.tv/Call of Duty, 2:45 Eastern for Heart headquarters. We'll see you then.
Let's go. Yo. This an action-packed Rambo rap, no sample, I'm strapped. Heart like Geronimo crack. Go black, I just move on them, advance on them, groove on them, then dance on them, put a trance on them, with this tool on them. Tell all my young MCs, what's the move on them? Mass tragedies when I grand groove on them. Put in long hours over strong flowers, the money's all ours. This is all power. We getting it. We getting it in. I said we getting it. We getting it in. So that's the first clock work really begins. Cause we getting it. We getting it in. Get it in.
You spun on him. You spun on him.
Watch this cam.
Oh. Who was that?
Thank you.